conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Mr. Diver. Link. Wake up. Link opened his eyes and took off the Playboy magazine covering his face. The bright sunshine hit his handsome face directly, making him squint his eyes. Fatty James next to him was wearing a large beach shirt and a fashionable heat cap, looking at the sea in the distance with a heavy heart. What happened? Link stretched his body, took out a bottle of mineral water from the ice bucket, and drank half of it. It's the girl named Taylor. She has been in the water for almost 2 hours and hasn't come up. She didn't bring an air cylinder. I'm worried that something will happen to her. Fatty James pointed to the sea in the distance and said, "This is Miami, Florida, in the middle of the Golden Beach of Florida Bay, Baker Diving Equipment Rental Store. Link is the store manager of this store, and Fatty James is his partner. She was gone for an hour." "How did you know?" Link looked at Fatty Zuen and asked. "It's probably a public beach with fresh water, not much wind and waves, and a large coral reef near the coast. It's very suitable for diving here, so tourists come here every day to rent diving equipment. During the peak season, Baker's shop can rent out more than 10 sets every day. Now it is May, which is the peak season for beach vacations. Today, the shop rented out 6 sets in the morning. There are more tourists going into the water, and it is difficult to remember the time for each person to go into the water." Fatty James' face turned red when he was looked at by him. He adjusted the brim of his hat and stammered, I saw it. Okay, I confess. She is very beautiful, with golden hair and a great figure, like a model. I noticed her when she entered the store." Link chuckled. It turned out that he was in heat. He yawned and lay down again and said, "Don't worry, tall people have good diving skills. Nothing will happen. Go and have a look. If someone nearby has an accident, the commercial eggs in our store will be affected. Let's see for the sake of the US dollar. Go and have a look." Fatty James shook his burden, and his pitiful little eyes made Link a little helpless. "You let me run for love? You are really a dog." But when it comes to the business of the store, he took a few diving equipment from the store and took a speedboat to search the shallow waters nearby. The depth of the sea water near the public beach is within 60 meters. The water flow is gentle, and the water quality is fresh water, which is more suitable for diving exploration. Most tourists who come to Miami to play in the water will choose this film, except for those who like adventure. Link drove a speedboat around the coast within 1 to 2 nautical miles, observing the surrounding movements. He found a red headband with a golden brown hair wrapped around it 800 meters away from the coast. Look, there are no floating bodies or living people, and it is impossible to determine where the girl is. He can only go to the sea to take a look. He is a visitor. After visiting, his physical strength, endurance, speed, and reaction ability are much better than before. When diving in shallow waters, he can swim very fast with only a few simple diving equipment. At 2 or 3 o'clock, the surface temperature of the sea water in the afternoon is above 20, and it is very comfortable to soak in the water. Link dived 10 meters below the sea surface. Through the light blue sea water, he could see the coral reefs on the seabed. A group of colorful skirt fish, scale knife fish, and white scale fish shuttled among the corals. The underwater world is novel and magnificent, which can inspire people's desire to explore, but there are also many dangers hidden in the seabed. Many coral reefs with thorny barbs, poisonous jellyfish, and fire corals that sting people are all natural enemies of divers. It is also easy to get into the water. Link circled around several dangerous areas. No blood was seen, and no one was trapped in the corals. The waters were calm. James's worry was stupid. When he came out of the water, a young man wearing a Baker's diving suit leaned on the side of the speedboat and smiled. "Hi, Mr. Baker, are you going diving too?" "No, I'm looking for someone, a girl with blonde hair and a child. She is also wearing a Baker diving suit. Do you have one? There was a call half an hour ago. She wants to go. She swims very fast." The customer pointed to a small island 2 or 3 miles away and said, "Got it, thank you." After saying goodbye to his customers, Link drove the speedboat to the island. The island is not big, more than 10 meters above the water surface, and the widest part is no more than 500 meters. It is shaped like a mango, with black rock walls and many short vegetation. Sometimes the island will be completely submerged when the tide rises. Link drove the speedboat around the island and saw a burly girl on the black rock of a staircase on the east side. The Cape girl had wet hair, and her diving suit was taken off and placed on the reef. She was only wearing a spotted bikini. She was nearly 180 centimeters tall, with fair and clean skin. Her figure had the slenderness of a girl, as well as the vitality and sexiness of an adolescent girl. She was in bud and ready to bloom. There were indeed many things to see. The girl sat on the rock. Her left calf was bleeding. She seemed to be ready to take off her bra to bandage the wound, but when she heard the sound of the speedboat engine, she put it on again. "Hey, do you need help?" "Yes sir, my calf was scratched by a rock, and I need treatment," the girl responded loudly. Slowly, Link drove the speedboat closer to the island and stopped at the edge of the reef. He called her and waited for her to come closer. He found that she looked familiar. She seemed to be the big star Taylor Swift. She had blue fox eyes and a few camel-colored freckles next to her straight nose. The color was very clear. Thinking of the fat man James calling her Taylor, and thinking of the beach music festival held in South Africa recently, it was very likely that she was Taylor Swift. It was 2008, but Taylor Swift had only been in the industry for 2 years. She was a country music singer and was not very famous in the pop music industry. Link could pretend not to know her. "How did you get hurt?" "It was really unlucky. I just scraped lightly on the coral reef and my calf was scratched." The thick, white and slender calf complained as she looked at the 3 centimeter long, bleeding throat. "Your diving suit is not strong enough and is not suitable for diving in areas with dense coral reefs." Link glanced at the diving suit next to the lady. It was an outer layer of compliant cloth, which was more close-fitting, but the quality was a little worse than lycra cloth, and the rental price was cheaper. "I understand. When I was renting a diving suit, the fat clerk told me that it was strong enough to deal with the situation in the nearby waters last week, but it turned out not to be strong at all. I want to find trouble with him." "Yes, find trouble with him." Link smiled lightly and mourned for the fat man for 2 seconds. The speedboat drove to the public dock and stopped. Fatty James ran over panting and asked attentively, "Miss Taylor, how did you get hurt? You told me this diving suit was very strong, but I just hummed the coral reef and it broke. It also hurt my calf. Do you want to compensate me?" He put his arms around his chest and looked at the red-faced fat man. Fatty James was sweating profusely and explained with gestures, "There are only 4 diving suits suitable for your body shape in our store. 3 of them have been rented out, including this one under the chest. Then you should tell me honestly, I can go to other stores to rent. There is more than one diving store here. Because of your deception, I can't participate in tomorrow's rehearsal. The impact is very bad. How should you compensate me?" The fat man took 2 steps back in fright when he saw Link coming up with his diving equipment dissolved. As if he saw a savior, he quickly ran behind Link and shouted, "He is the boss. You ask him for compensation." "Are you the boss?" Taylor turned his head in surprise and looked at the tall, handsome and talkative boy. "Yes, my name is Link Baker, the owner of Baker Diving Shop. How about we go in and talk?" Link chuckled. Taylor was attracted by his bright smile and handsome Scottish horizontal face, waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you helped me. You're welcome. There is a medicine box in the store. I will help you disinfect and bandage it first. The wound is not deep and it will heal in 3 or 4 days." Link pointed to her calf. "Okay, thank you." Taylor held his arm, stepped on the soft white sand, and limped into the Baker Diving Shop. Chapter 2, One-Step Boxing Champion. "Come on Link. His nose is injured. Attack his nose. Link, you must win. Hold on. Link, get up quickly. Damn, that's 1 million. Stand up and there's a way to get 1 million. Link suddenly opened his eyes, stood up from the bed, took a few deep breaths, and his heart pounded in his chest, and suddenly his eyes were a little dazed. He had a dream again. He dreamed that he participated in an iron cage battle in an underground casino on the border between Myanmar and Thailand, and was beaten to death in the finals for a prize of 1 million yuan. In the days after crossing over, he often dreamed about the past at night. He dreamed that he did not graduate from high school and followed his uncle to work as a miner in the Zishan private iron mine, pushing a dump truck full of ore out every day. The exit passage was an interval, and he had to hold his breath and grit his teeth every time to rush up to push the several kilograms of the car out of the mine. He ran back and forth 70 or 80 times a day and was exhausted every time he got off work, lying on the ground and on the bed like a dead person. He did this for 3 consecutive years. When he was 18 years old, he was eating in a restaurant and encountered a robbery. He subconsciously punched the man and made him spit blood and broke 3 ribs. At this time, his boxing coach Leo Liu saw that he was strong and flexible and he was a promising talent, so he asked him if he was willing to learn boxing. Hearing that he had a living allowance of 3,000 yuan per month, he resolutely agreed to Leo Liu's proposal, followed Leo Liu to practice boxing, and participated in amateur competitions in China. His amateur competition results were 12 wins and 12 fights. In the 13th game, he was too involved in the fight and killed his opponent with 1 punch. Although it was manslaughter, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. This imprisonment had a huge impact on him. Not only did he lose the qualification to represent the country, he was also expelled from the provincial boxing team and was blacklisted by other boxing clubs. He could only follow Leo Liu to participate in boxing underground. At the age of 28, a multi-rule fighting competition appeared on the Myanmar-Thailand border, inviting national fighting, wrestling, and gymnastics athletes to participate in the competition, and the champion was rewarded with 1 million yuan. He followed Leo Liu to participate in the competition. After 6 rounds of elimination, he successfully made it to the finals, but the underground casino games did not pay attention to the rules, and small tricks emerged in an endless stream, and he would be injured in every game. In the last game, he was killed on the stage because of his injury. After waking up, he lay in a hospital in Miami and became an American named Link Baker. Link Baker is 20 years old this year. When he was 15 years old, his father died in a street gunfight, and his mother remarried. Link Baker became a street gangster, selling cars, stealing, and often fighting and brawling, and was imprisoned many times. More than half a month ago, he was stabbed with a dagger in a street fight, and died of excessive blood loss. Later, Link successfully took over the diving shop. This diving shop is the legacy of his predecessor's grandfather. His grandfather is an old fisherman. He is too old to catch fish and runs a quiet diving shop on the beach. After Link woke up, he occupied this place and became a diver. Although he didn't make much money every day, looking at the sunny beach and seaside, his mood was slowly getting better, and the various discomforts caused by crossing also disappeared. He is quite satisfied with his current life. "Hey, welcome to Miami." Link smiled at the mirror. The man in the mirror had serious and neat short black hair, narrow double eyelids, and his facial features were sculpted with axe and knife, as handsome as a sculpture. His blue eyes were like the sea outside the window, deep, pure, and with a hint of melancholy. This face and temperament were slightly similar to those in his previous life, which was also a point he was quite satisfied with. Going out, Link changed into a red-lettered sportswear, wrapped a 20-pound iron sandbag around his waist, and ran on the beach in the morning. It was a little after 4 in the morning, and the sky outside was not yet bright. The sky was dotted with stars and the crescent moon was like a hook. The sea in the distance was calm in the night. There were only a few small islands on the water, black and adjacent, with swaying grass and trees, like the skull of a giant beast under the sea. Link ran along the seaside avenue, starting from the diving shop, all the way north, to the beach area seaside park, about 15 kilometers. He ate 2 ham pizzas at Joyce Pizza, and continued to run back. When passing by the public dock, the wind brought a sound of guitar, tinkling, adding some elegant atmosphere to the dock in the morning. He ran happily past the dock, and saw a girl in a blue dress sitting on the redwood dock, holding a guitar in her arms, one leg bent and curled, one calf hanging in the air, shaking casually, and the calf was wrapped in white gauze. The long golden hair was lifted by the sea breeze, revealing a white and rosy profile. It was Taylor Swift who I met yesterday. She lived in the KG Hotel in the beach area, not far from here. Hi, Link. The girl suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Hi. Link waved, slowed down, and asked, "It's very windy here. Why don't you sit in the store?" "Okay." Taylor nodded, put down the guitar, and slowly stood up holding the railing. Link walked up to the dock, helped her carry the guitar case, and supported her arm with one hand. Back in the store, Link took a shower, changed into dry clothes, fried 2 pieces of freshly squeezed orange juice and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice in the kitchen, and walked to the door of the store. Taylor sat on the beach chair with his cuffs on his back, playing the guitar. There were manuscripts and pens on the table. He seemed to be writing a new song. Seeing that he had food, Taylor put down the guitar and thanked him. "Link, do you go for a morning run every day?" Looking at Taylor's thick arms, wearing the most t-shirt, even with the obvious chest muscles and abdominal muscles, he was very sexy, which made her unable to help but look at him a few more times. "Almost the same on rainy days. I practice guitar every day like you, but I prefer rainy days. On rainy days, I sit behind the window and watch the rain. I get more inspiration." Taylor curved his lips and waved his forked gesture. "Writing songs on rainy days. It sounds very romantic." Link smiled, cut the Swift into small pieces with a knife, and stuffed the fork into his mouth continuously. It only took 2 minutes to send an 800-gram piece of Swift into his stomach. After watching, his physical fitness doubled, and his appetite also doubled. He had to eat a lot of food at each meal to feel full. James scolded him for being a glutton. When he finished eating, Taylor had only eaten half of her snack. "I don't cook often, so the taste is average. You can't leave any leftovers," Link said, looking at her tray. "No, it's delicious." Shaking Taylor, her golden ponytail also shook. She pointed at the sea and the beach and smiled slightly. "I just think it's very romantic. Sunrise, sea, white sand, beach woods, and having breakfast with a handsome boy. It feels like in a movie." Link smiled lightly. It sounds good, but he thinks the greatest romance for a man is to be in the boxing ring, to use a fierce fist, to beat the opponent completely out of resistance. That's called romance. Chapter 3. She was too scared. The sun came out, and there were a few people walking on the beach. Fatty James rode his scooter from the seaside avenue. Seeing them sitting together for breakfast, he was so surprised that he almost fell off his scooter. Link didn't explain much. He put away the tray and hung the diving equipment that had been cleaned yesterday back in the cupboard. The torn diving suit had to be sent back to the factory for repair, which was another bill. After finishing breakfast, Taylor sat under the parasol, staring at the sea in a daze. Occasionally, she came to her senses and drew a tune on the guitar with her fingers, which she wrote on the manuscript paper. James bumped his shoulder with his arm, looked at Taylor Swift at the door, and said lightly, "You know, she is a singer and famous. Yesterday I saw her poster on the Bath Street, saying that she will participate in the Hard Rock Beach Music Festival this month. Tim McGraw and Faith Hill are also on the poster. They are all big stars. I saw it too." Link is very tall. The Beach Music Festival is a large-scale event with a wide range of publicity. Recently, related posters can be seen everywhere on the streets and alleys of the beach. Link, I checked her information on the internet. She has released an album and almost won the Grammy Best New Artist award this year. The news said that she is a very talented singer-songwriter with great potential. She will become a big star like Faith in the future. She should. Link nodded his chin. Taylor will not only become a big star, but also the brightest star in the world music scene. A billionaire, a white, rich and beautiful woman, and a very successful woman. Fatty James looked at him with sympathetic eyes, patted his shoulder and said, "Link, she is a big star. We are just ordinary people. Your meeting is a tragedy. You have to be mentally prepared, and don't be too sad if you are dumped in the future. I'm not an ordinary person." Link threw the rag into the fat man's arms, took 2 bottles of water, and walked under the parasol. "Drink water." "Thank you." Taylor put down the guitar and looked at him. "Can you play the guitar?" "No. I have never learned an instrument." Link looked at the technique. "These hands have no other skills except mining, pushing carts, getting beaten and hitting people." Looking at Taylor's white and slender fingers, How about I teach you? Guitar is very simple. Taylor didn't wait for him to refuse. She sat next to him with great interest, put the guitar in her arms, held his fingers, and explained to him the tone of each string, the high and low ranges, and how to coordinate the fingers. But she was soon disappointed. Link not only had a poor sense of music, but also didn't understand Buddhist music theory. His fingers were the same, and couldn't be moved, even if he tried hard. After teaching for half an hour, Link couldn't even tell the simplest high and low. Taylor said, "Why are your fingers so stiff? Can't you relax a little? Seriously, can you stop shaking your legs? Wrong, press the second string, that's the bass range. You're so stupid. That's it." Taylor covered his forehead and lay on the beach chair, looking like he had lost all hope. James stood behind the counter and laughed. Forget it. My fingers are too stiff, and I'm not suitable for playing guitar." Link waved his hand and smiled. He has a low level of education and a low level of aesthetic taste. He used to listen to some exciting songs when practicing boxing, but he doesn't understand music theory and has never played a larger instrument. It's more difficult for him to play the guitar than to compete for the boxing champion's gold belt. Taylor saw his embarrassed face and felt very funny. He held back his laughter and said, "How can you give up when you encounter a little difficulty? If you can't learn, you can learn slowly. If you give up, you will never learn. Come on, let's continue. Don't worry, I will control my emotions and never lose my temper with you." Link had no choice but to continue practicing. Although Taylor promised not to lose her temper in advance, she only taught for 3 or 4 minutes and her temper came up again. She clenched her fist and shook her eyes at him, almost hitting him in the face several times. Link was sweating profusely while practicing, and the fat man laughed so hard that he fell backwards. There was a serious matter in the store. A customer needed a diver as a guide to travel around the coral reefs under the sea. Link breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to put down the hot guitar and let Taylor continue to create. He took the customer to go diving first and came back to practice later. "Haha, Link, I told you before, she's a very difficult girl, very difficult. I experienced it yesterday." Fatty James came over and laughed gloatingly. Link put on his diving equipment, started the speedboat at the dock, and took the guest for a swim in the sea to see the nearby coral reefs and shipwrecks. The guest had a great time and gave an extra $100 tip afterwards. When Link came back, Taylor had already left. James said Taylor's mother drove to pick her up and she went back first, but Taylor said she would come again tomorrow. There were no customers in the store in the afternoon, so Link had a barbecue meal at the Mexican restaurant next door, took a nap, and started practicing boxing. In his previous life, he was born with poor physical condition, malnutrition, only 171 centimeters tall, and small body, which led to insufficient physical storage and explosive power. In boxing matches, he can only rely on tenacious will, flexible speed, and super strong resistance to blows to consume the opponent's strength. When he was fighting in the middleweight and welterweight classes, he could achieve good results. When he was in the light heavyweight class, he would have a very difficult time fighting against tall opponents. After watching, his physique was comparable to that of top athletes. He was 186 centimeters tall, with a wingspan of 192 centimeters, weighing 78.7 kilograms, and could clean and jerk 132 kilograms, snatch 141 kilograms, and swim 100 meters in less than 20 seconds, about 6 minutes and 34 seconds. Moreover, during this month's training, his strength, speed, and reaction ability were still slowly increasing, and he was becoming stronger and stronger. Link decided to continue and see how much potential he had. "Link, we should pay the management fee," Fatty James said while he was exercising, chewing a hot dog. "This month's water and electricity bills, sanitation fees, public service fees, dock usage fees, venue fees, etc. A total of $8,700, and our monthly income is $14,540 US. That sounds good." Link hung his legs upside down on the iron frame and did sit-ups to exercise his abdominal muscles and waist strength. "Not bad? How did you hear that? I haven't counted the equipment repair and loss fees. With these two items, the net income this month is less than $3,000. If we also pay our own salaries, this month's loss will be tens of thousands. Do you know? Don't worry, it's good that we didn't lose money, Link said, panting. But it's okay to go on like this. After 10 months, there will be fewer people diving, and the store's business will be worse. Link, what do you think about us selling hot dogs? Can you make hot dogs? I remember that diving shops can't sell food. How about selling bikinis? Bikinis are also one of the diving equipment. James held up his double chin, imagining the incident of the small shop being crowded by bikini girls, and couldn't help laughing. Don't think about it, run the diving shop first, and make money slowly. Link hung upside down on the iron frame, and continued to do sit-ups, sitting up to train the 8-pack abs in his previous life. New book, please read it. Chapter 4, Fighting Again. When the car arrived at the western section of Bar Street, he suddenly remembered that there was a boxer selling bar nearby. Boxers were invited to compete on the stage from time to time, and each match attracted hundreds or thousands of people to watch. Link decided to take a detour. Seeing James and Daniel from the hot dog shop next door heard his proposal, they also rode to the boxing bar. The sign at the door of the boxing bar is a huge red boxing glove, which will emit red light at night, and there are many photos of boxing champions posted on the entrance aisle. Famous boxing champions include Jack Dempsey, Joe Louis, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, Michael Tyson, Evander Holyfield, Mayweather, Roy Jones Jr., and new boxing champions, and boxing stars who have emerged in recent years, such as Terence Crawford, Andre Ward, and Edison Miranda. In the 1970s and 1980s, when many famous boxing champions emerged, the American boxing world was in a period of transition. There were almost no rookies worth paying attention to, and most of the people active in the boxing ring were veterans in their 30s or 40s. The reasons are very complicated. They are related to the times, the current entertainment consumption situation, the promotion methods, and the boxing rules, but the most fundamental reason is that the strength is generally not strong, and there is a lack of a powerful character who can unify the four major organizations. The photos of James and Daniel from the hot dog shop said, "Do you believe it? My photos will also be hung here in the future. Haha, stop dreaming. This is not your stage." James pushed his shoulder and walked in. Link, secretly posting a headshot doesn't count. I can do that too. Daniel from the hot dog shop teased. Just wait and see. Link waved his fist and pushed open the glass door of the bar. A loud voice came out, "Hit him. Don't let him hold you. Mario, stop backing off, punch him. Fuck, you don't know how to box at all. Softy Mario, stop fighting, go home and suck your milk." When Link and the other two walked into the bar, the boxing ring was waving and fighting. Two sturdy boxers hugged each other and bumped into each other's chests and were separated by the referee on the scene. The boxing ring was crowded with people, about 1,000 people, mostly slaves. After drinking, they would be very irritable. Once the boxers avoided fighting, they would curse and vent their dissatisfaction. "It's so lively, we should have come earlier. Softy Mario, get off." James shouted before he recognized who Mario was. "Don't yell." Link took out his earpick, sat on a chair by the bar, and looked at the boxers on the ring. They were all Latinos, weighing around 90 kilograms, and were heavyweights. One was a boxer with a fierce look, a fat body, and a big belly, like a tumbler. This man was Mario, the soft egg, that the audience scolded. His opponent was a corrupted bald strong man. During the game, the bald strong man kept attacking and fighting vigorously. Mario kept dodging and changing positions, often using hugging tactics, only attacking occasionally, and playing very conservatively. This is also the reason why the audience was unhappy with him. In a place like a bar, everyone prefers to watch the excitement. The more exciting the fight, the more people buy defense watches. This is not welcome here. In Link's opinion, Mario has a sense of advance and retreat. When he gets defensive, he obviously has received professional boxing training, while the bald strong man's fighting style is more amateur, without rules, without tactics, and just constantly squandering his own strength. If nothing unexpected happens, Mario will participate in the next game. Sure enough, in the 5th round, Mario succeeded in a sneak attack and knocked the bald man to the ground with a jab. The bald man struggled for several times, but couldn't get up. Mario won the game. In the second game, who will challenge Marley on the boxing ring? The boxer shouted to the audience with a cigarette. The rules of the boxing bar are quite interesting. The owner of the boxing ring put a cash box on the boxing ring with 200 cash in it. The drinkers celebrated the boxing match by throwing money into the cash box. Every time the cash in the cash box reached 1,000 coins, the bar would announce a boxing match. The boxer who won consecutive games that night had the opportunity to empty the prize pool with men and women, regardless of "I'll do it." A burly black man took out $100 and threw it into the cashier. With the help of the bar staff, he put on braces and boxing gloves and went on stage. At the beginning of the second game, the black man was obviously well prepared. After touching gloves with Mario, he swung his fists and bombarded Mario's head. In the first round, Mario was knocked down twice. In the second round, Mario insisted on not falling down. In the third round, the black man's strength gradually weakened. In the fourth round, he was knocked down once by Mario. In the fifth round, Mario won the game. The black man was carried off the ring. In the third game, who else wants to challenge Mario Joe? The referee shouted. After 2 games, the drinkers knew that Mario was not a softie. The people who were preparing to go on stage were nervous. Hey, who wants to come up and challenge me? Mario won 2 games in a row and his morale was high. He stood on the stake in the corner, waving his fists and yelling at the audience. You call me a softie, why don't you dare come up? Haha, you are the softies. You are all softies. Hey, man, come down quickly. Don't go up there and embarrass yourself. Link waved his fist at the people below the ring, telling them to shut up. Hey, kid, are you sure you want to fight me? Mario waved his arms, looked him up and down and said, my fist can kill people. My isomer. Link raised his fist. Humph, stubborn kid, I'll let you know what's going to happen in a minute. Mario bared his teeth and said viciously, place your bets. Place your bets. Bet on the handsome white-faced kid to win. 10 times the odds. 10 times the odds. Guys, don't miss this great opportunity to make a fortune. The dealer at the bar's gambling den shouted. 10 times the odds? Betting $1 can make $10. James, should we bet $1? Daniel from the hot dog shop said excitedly. Who to bet on? Bet on Link? You're crazy too. Do you think he can beat Mario like that? James gestured with his hands to show the same body shape. Although Link has a muscular body, big pectoral muscles and 6 chocolate abdominal muscles, the man opposite Link is fat and looks like Mario, and the difference is obviously quite large. Let's give it a try, just as a cheer for Link. Daniel took out a piece of change from his pocket and said, okay, I'll bet $2 too, and I'll eat 1 less hot dog tomorrow. You can eat 1 less sandwich. Daniel from the hot dog shop took the money to the gambling den to place his bet. Chapter 5, Return of the Boxing Champion. During the interval between matches, the bar's gambling den would set aside 10 minutes for drinkers to place bets, and also give up the boxers rest time. But 10 minutes of eyes were too much to protect Link. After he went on stage, the gambling den only received $13 in bets on his victory. Obviously, everyone knew that Link could not win, and no one was willing to give money to the gambling den. In the boxing ring, Mario, who had finished his break, walked in front of Link and stood opposite him. They were of the same height, about 186 centimeters. Link was slender and had been dissected, but the piece removed was not large, while Mario, who was opposite him, was fat, with a waist and round arms, like the hind legs of a cow. Standing opposite each other, they looked like a bodybuilder and a sumo wrestler. Hey, let's get together, kid, you're dead. Mario pushed his boxing gloves and grinned coldly. If you are ugly, don't smile like that, it will make you uglier. Link said lightly. How Lixie, what did you say? Mario was furious and waved his fist to hit him. When the referee saw this, he hurried over to stop him. Boy, you're dead, I swear to God. Mario panted and cursed. Link shrugged his shoulders and looked at him with contempt. Mario was so angry that he bit his teeth and wanted to rush over to beat him up right now. The referee began to announce the rules of the game. During the game, it is not allowed to push, pull, bite, strangle, or hit the opponent with the knee, or elbow. Valid hitting parts include the front of the head, above the waist and the front and side of the upper body, but hitting the arm will not score. When the referee shouts break, you must stop retreating, otherwise you will be judged as a loser. The main coach was talking to Link, worried that he was too amateur and would use forbidden moves in a hurry during the game. Link nodded to show that he fully understood. Boxing, start. After the announcement, the referee waved his hand and the game began. Mario, hit him in the face. I'll buy you a drink. Mario, knock him down in one round, otherwise you're a wimp. Come on, Link, protect your nose. After the game started, the drinkers began to revel and shouted some messy words. There were also more professional spectators in the crowd, such as West Korean, who was Mario's coach. After the fight started, he saw at a glance that Link was not a rookie. Seeing Link's relaxed training, his mind naturally vertical, his feet moving forward and backward slowly, and pressing, he looked like a well-trained boxer. Mario, be careful, don't underestimate the enemy. West Korean stood up and shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the game started, Mario gave up his usual defensive style and chose to take the initiative to attack. He took 2 steps in the middle of the ring and rushed directly to Link. Seeing that Link did not dodge in time, he was delighted, roared, swung his fist, and smashed towards Link's handsome and hateful face. A jab, fast and fierce, with a tricky angle. If it hits, his nose is likely to be broken. At the moment when Mario punched, West Korean opened his eyes wide in shock. He saw that Link's shoulder did not move, but just slightly turned his head, and he was very dangerous. He thought of Mario's fist by chance, hoping to completely predict Mario's attack route. However, what happened next shocked West Korean even more. Just as Mario's fist just brushed Link's hair and passed by, Link's left fist strangely appeared at the side of Mario's face, and Mario was not prepared. Bang! Before West shouted watch out, Link's swinging fist hit Mario's face fiercely. Mario's face was hit violently, and the fat on his face showed ripples. The pink braces were thrown out of his mouth with saliva, and under the illumination of the white hot light, it was translucent. Mario staggered and fell to the ring with a bang, splashing a mess. The scene was completely silent. Thousands of spectators stood there, tilting their necks at a 45-degree angle, their mouths opened into an O shape, staring blankly at the ring. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the referee counted down for Mario lying on the ground, the audience also thawed out from their frozen state. Boom. That white-faced guy won. How is it possible? He is so thin, how could he knock down Mario with one punch? Who is that white-faced guy? His name is Link. Link Baker. He is my partner. The fat James' face flushed with excitement, and he raised his hands and kept shouting Link's name. Link won. That's incredible. Daniel also shouted excitedly, Link, you are the best. Looking at the crowded crowd below the stage and listening to their shouts, Link's heartbeat quickened. He hoped to be back on the ring in front of him. He hoped that the audience, the ring, the opponent, and himself would remain unchanged. He liked this feeling, the feeling of defeating the opponent and receiving cheers. Link waved his fist vigorously. I declare that the destroyer of the first match is Link Baker. The referee raised Link's arm. In the second match, does anyone want to challenge Link? I'll do it. He must have knocked down Mario by chance. He won by sneak attack. He's not that good. I can also kill him if I go up. He's not as good as me. He can't be that good. If I had $100, I would definitely beat him to a pulp. Is there any guy willing to sponsor me $100? The audience was noisy. Many people wanted to beat him up, but only 5 people came to the line under the ring with $100 bills. The first to come up was a Latino strongman with an anaconda tattoo on his shoulder. He walked to the ring. The strongman was over 190 centimeters tall, walked thickly, and his pillow was as wide as a door panel. When he walked over, he gave people a sense of oppression. Hey, kid, it's nothing for you to beat Mario by luck. Do you believe that I can solve it in one round? The strong man waved his fist provocatively. I don't believe it. Except for your mouth, there is no part of your body that can be hardened. You are more of a wimp than Mario. Link looked at the other man with contempt. Fuck. Boy, you pissed me off. I said one cycle is one cycle. If it exceeds one cycle, I lose. The anaconda roared, waving his fist. Link smiled with the corners of his lips curled. The referee came through and announced the rules of the game, and the game began. Fuck you. The anaconda didn't touch gloves with him. At the beginning of the game, he swung his sandbag-sized fist and smashed it hard on Link's forehead. Watch out. Offstage, West Korean yelled at Mario, who had just woken up. Mario leaned back in his chair, his forehead covered with ice. His head was dizzy, his face was no longer fierce. He squinted his eyes and watched the match on the ring. The anaconda man punched Link's head, but Link flexibly turned his head and dodged his opponent's straight punch. Look at his thigh, West shouted. Mario's eyes widened suddenly, and when he was paying attention to Link dodging his opponent's killing move, he unexpectedly discovered that Link's right fist had reached his opponent's face at some point. Bang! Link's hook was closely related to the anaconda man's mandible. The anaconda man was hit on the chin, his head swung straight, and he sprayed a mouthful of water on his back to remove the mist. He stepped back 3 steps and fell on his back on the ring. A 1.9 meter tall man fell to the ground. The visual effect was amazing. There was silence under the ring for 2 seconds, and then the ground exploded. KO. Another KO. Why is it this move again? He can only have one move. Link, champion. Link boom, champion. James and Daniel were happy. They linked their arms and danced Cuban salsa in the crowd. Another punch? Mario was stunned. The ice pack on his head slipped to the ground without knowing when. Another KO with one punch. But it's not just a simple punch. His speed, strength, reaction ability, boxing skills, and boxing awareness are all reflected in this one punch. He is just an ordinary boxer. West Korean looked at Link on the ring eagerly. Link has the qualifications to be a first-class boxer, even a champion. He wanted to be Link's trainer and make him a champion, but the eagerness in his eyes cooled down in an instant. A boxer of Link's level could not lack guidance. West, it's possible that he only has this one move. If I prepare in advance and adopt a defensive strategy, his Linoop may knock me down with one punch. Mario felt that his homework was about to be falling in love with someone else, so he quickly reminded him. West shook his head and reported, with his speed and strength, it will not be difficult to break your defense. With his strength, he can at least be ranked in the top 10 among the amateur boxers I know. West, you are exaggerating. If he was so powerful, would he participate in this game? Mario curled his lips. West also frowned, not understanding why a boxer of Link's level was here. The third game was about to begin. The third challenger was a lean and strong black man. He was wearing white shorts, jumping on the stage, and looked very flexible. Haha, Link has met his opponent. This round his panel may win so easily. Mario clapped his hands and laughed. On the boxing ring, the third game began. Link touched the gloves with the man in white shorts, and before he could punch, the man in white shorts quickly stepped back, circled around him at the edge of the ring, and didn't follow him at all. Johnson, run faster, don't let him catch up with you. Johnson, you are the sprint champion. Link, kill him. Link smiled at white shorts. Except for his speed and agility, the opponent was weaker than Mario and Anaconda in other aspects. As long as he surpassed him in speed, it would not be difficult to fight him. Short Road retreated to the corner. Link took a step forward and rushed to the opposite side of White Short Road. White Short Road was startled and blocked with both fists in front. Link used a jab to provoke the opponent's defense, and when the opponent was unable to defend, he followed up with a backhand punch to the opponent's face. Bang! The boxing gloves hit the side of White Short's forehead. White Shorts staggered and hit the ropes. After struggling for a few times, he fell to the stage from the gap in the ropes. Wow. Another KO. There were bursts of exclamations at the scene. The audience also knew that he was very powerful and had great strength. He didn't need a sneak attack to win. Everyone began to applaud and cheer for him, shouting his name. Link won. The white-faced boy won. He is so powerful. All three of them used only one punch to beat their opponents. I bet he must be a professional boxer. I declare that the champion of this month's Red Fist Group Boxing Tournament is Link Baker. The referee held Link up. Boxing champion Link. Boxing champion Link. The audience cheered loudly. Link closed his eyes and listened to the cheers from the audience. He felt ease and liveliness deep in his soul. He was Link the boxer, not Link the diver. I should take my own path. Link suddenly opened his eyes, and his handsome brows showed a trace of determination. He decided to continue boxing, to continue the unfinished journey in his previous life, to achieve the goals that he had not achieved in his previous life, to become a boxing champion, and to become a boxing legend. Boxing champion Link. Chapter 6. Come on, the boxing world needs you. Leaving the boxing bar, James laughed on the street. He had just bet $2 on Link and earned $20. In the second round, Link's odds dropped to 1:2. He continued to bet on Link, and 20 became 40, making $40 for free. Daniel did the same. However, Link still made the most money. The basic prize for tonight's game was 1,000 yuan. There were 8 people on stage later, and the prize pool reached 1,800 yuan. He earned 1,800 yuan in less than half an hour. Although it was not as good as Tyson, who earned $20 million in 90 minutes, and Mayweather, who earned $250 million in 36 minutes, it was a good start. Hey, Mr. Link Baker, please wait a moment. Hearing the shouting, Link stopped the car and saw a thin old man wearing a shirt getting out of the car. The old man was a Latino black man, not tall, with thin cheeks and a few age spots on his cheekbones. Although the old man was young, he was energetic and spoke in a loud voice. Just as he was following a fat man with a face full of flesh, Mario, who was just knocked down by Link in the boxing ring, saw Link, snorted heavily and turned his face aside. Want to chat? My name is West Korean, and I'm a student at West Boxing Club. West Korean handed over a business card. Link took the business card, looked at it, and said hello. Link, which club do you train in, and who is your coach? Maybe I know your coach. West asked. I don't have a coach for the time being. I practice at home by myself. Haha, nonsense. I can practice so well by practicing by myself. You mean that those of us who come out of the boxing gym are trash? Mario said with a roll of his eyes. Hey, James smiled. I can testify that Link just practices casually, skipping rope and doing sit-ups. He has never been to the boxing gym, and he has never been on the boxing ring. Today is his first time. Link was able to defeat you the first time he stepped on the stage. You are indeed a bit of a fool. Mario's face fell, and he closed his mouth and stopped talking. West Korean's face became more eager after hearing this. Link, you are so talented. It would be a pity if you don't play boxing. I want to invite you to my boxing gym to practice boxing. What do you think? Korean saw the West Boxing Gym on the business card. It is also in the South African beach area, not far from the Bund. It is not bad to train there. Coach West, how much does your boxing gym charge? $2,000 a month. Equipment and food expenses are calculated separately, and they must be paid on time every morning without delay. Mario snorted. No money, not a penny. West pushed Mario away and said, as long as you come, everything is free. What are you talking about? Mario widened his eyes and said dissatisfiedly, you said I have good qualifications and I have to pay 1,000 every month. Why doesn't he have to pay a penny? Shut up. Coach West glared at him fiercely and asked Link with a smile, what do you think? That sounds good. I'll go to your gym tomorrow to have a look. Okay, I'll be at the gym tomorrow. Come right over. I'll be waiting for you. Coach West grabbed Link's hand and shook it vigorously with a very enthusiastic attitude. Link and the other two were going to the party, so they said hello and rode away. Mario's dissatisfied voice started again. Why? Why can he do it for free and I can't? West, this is not fair. Don't complain. He's a genius. He can beat you, a third-year boxer, by practicing on his own. He deserves special treatment. Genius? Humph. When he goes to the gym tomorrow, I'll beat him to a pulp and let you know who the genius is. Mario said with his fists clenched. West shook his head and opened the car door. If Link is willing to join the gym, you can be his sparring partner in the future. What? Exclamation mark. Mario's eyes widened, looking at West in extreme concentration. Thinking back to when he entered the gym, he became the mainstay of the gym. West's own son and other boxers were his sparring partners. Now that Link is here, he becomes a sparring partner? Is this life? Is it so cruel? Yes, Link is very powerful. His speed and strength have reached the level of professional boxers. You will improve faster if you serve as his sparring partner. Don't forget that boxing champion John Roos served as a sparring partner for Lewis. Boxing champion McCall served as a sparring partner for Tyson. And boxing champion Larry Holmes served as a sparring partner for Ali. Being a sparring partner for him does not belittle you, but rather values you and trains you. Huh, why don't you let him be my sparring partner? Mario complained. West glanced at him and said dimly, Link's fists are heavier, you probably can't handle it. Maybe I should consider finding him a more powerful sparring partner. Mario opened his mouth and said, okay, I'm not even qualified to be his sparring partner. Link, James, and Daniel went to the Pink Bar to attend the Surfboard Shop's anniversary celebration this year. A group of people dressed up to pick up girls, smoke cigarettes and have a great time. Link didn't want to harm his body, so he refused pornography, gambling, drugs, alcohol and junk food. He was a little out of place at the party and went home to sleep before 9 o'clock in the evening. Ding dong. I just lay in bed and received an MSN message from the newly added Taylor Swift. Are you asleep? No, I just came back from the bar. Link talked about the celebration of the surfboard shop next door, and Taylor also talked about some rehearsals of the Hard Rock Man. He said that rehearsals were tiring and more annoying than live performances, but he felt very happy when he thought about being able to stand on the stage and sing. Link smiled. He had the same feeling in the boxing ring. He got up early the next day and continued running on the Seaside Boulevard. At around 9 o'clock, Taylor waved to a middle-aged woman on the Seaside Boulevard. She came across the sandbar carrying a log-colored guitar. She was wearing a white suspender skirt with a light blue collar. Her tall and slender hair was in bun, tied into a loose ponytail, and she swayed when she walked. When she saw him at the door, she smiled and waved. Are you waiting for me here? Yes, I guess you will come at this time, Link said with a smile. Taylor smiled slightly and began to teach him to practice guitar. Sitting on the companion, facing the sea, one patiently taught, the other gritted his teeth to learn, very seriously, but the progress was not fast. Taylor could still hold back his temper at first, but later he didn't intend to hold it back and hit it with his fist. Wow, so sweet. Are they in love? Daniel from the hot dog shop licked the ice cream and came over to drink. Looking up from James's Just Playboy magazine, looking at the man on the beach, he curled his lips and said, no, they are taking guitar lessons. Not really. Taylor was about to lean into Link's arms, but Link didn't have time to pay attention to the teasing behind each other's backs. His attention was all on the 6 strings of the guitar, and he had to deal with Taylor to prevent her from criticizing him. After practicing for 2 or 3 hours, he roughly understood the difference between the 6 strings and the position of the Def Gap sounds, but he was still a long way from playing a complete song. During the practice, he found something strange. Taylor seemed to be approaching him unintentionally and had some intimate contact with him. This made him a little difficult, and he didn't know whether to accept Taylor. Taylor is very beautiful and a big star, so it would be nice to have her as a girlfriend. But Taylor has a lot of emotional experience after becoming famous, and her ex-boyfriend can form a football team, which is good for the queen. Link himself is not her opponent in this regard, so he has to be careful when considering it. In the afternoon, Taylor's mother Andrea came to pick her up for rehearsal. When she saw Link, she looked at him deeply, and Link's scalp tingled. He felt that meeting these women was harder than fighting in an iron cage. After seeing Taylor off, Link also rode his scooter to the West Boxing Gym to take a look. Chapter 7 Joining a Boxing Gym. Mario, didn't you have breakfast? Use some strength and be more decisive. If you fight like this, you won't be able to take Link's punch, even if you practice for another 10 years. West, don't mention that bastard Link. I underestimated my opponent yesterday and didn't prepare well. If I fight again, I will never lose. Don't talk, just concentrate on practicing. On the boxing ring in the second floor training area of West Boxing Club, Mario and a boxer in a black vest were practicing against each other. Coach West was wearing a white boxing ring and holding a notebook, guiding the training under the boxing ring. Link walked around the boxing ring to see the environment and training equipment of the boxing gym. Yesterday, Coach West chased him to persuade him to join. He thought West was the operation of a small boxing gym, but in fact, this place is more formal than one. There are 3 floors, steel frame structure and glass curtain wall, with good lighting. The first floor is the office area and canteen, the second floor is the training area, and the third floor is the dormitory and office. There are elevators up and down. In the training area next to the boxing ring, there are all the necessary equipment, such as rubber punching targets, pear-shaped balls, pullers, punching bags, barbell racks, etc. More than a dozen young people are doing strength training, and the atmosphere in the boxing gym is very lively. Link, this is a photo of Coach West when he was a boxer. The staff of the boxing gym introduced himself to Link. When Link entered the door, this person took the initiative to follow him. It was the manager of the boxing gym, Robinson, who said he would take him around, especially to see the Wall of Honor. On the wall of the training gym are photos of West Korean participating in boxing matches when he was young. When West was young, he was a middleweight boxer. He trained in the same gym with Roy Jones Jr.'s father. He debuted as a teenager in the 1970s. In 1978, he competed with boxing champion Sugar Ray Leonard for the WBO middleweight gold championship and lost. Sugar Ray Leonard was the first alien boxer in boxing history to accumulate $100 million in prize money. He is very powerful. Manager Robinson also introduced that Coach West retired in the early 1980s and started to be a boxing coach. He has been a coach for nearly 30 years and is very experienced. Very good. Has the boxing gym ever produced any successful boxers? Yes, of course. Manager Robinson immediately named several boxers that Link's 2 generations had never heard of. The only boxer named Robert Allen was relatively famous. He once competed with boxing champion Bernard Hopkins for the IBF middleweight gold championship in 1999, but failed. Later, he became a second-rate boxer, and now it is a thing of the past. Seeing the regret on Manager Robinson's face, Link smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm here. There is a boxing champion here." Manager Robinson glanced at him, not sure if he was serious or joking, so he had to agree that it was great. "Haha, Link, you're here." Coach West walked over with a big laugh, as if he had just seen Link. In fact, he received the news when Link walked in, but when it comes to introducing the honors of the boxing gym, it is more appropriate to dig up Robinson. "Link, what do you think of this place?" West pointed at the clean and tidy boxing gym. Knowing that the gym was quite messy, he called the gym owner and 4 part-time workers to stay up all night to clean it last night, so that the formal boxing gym did not look so bad. "Not bad, very." Link nodded in affirmation. Coach West laughed. "Link, as long as you like it here, your boxing practice at home is not as good as practicing in the boxing gym, where there are training equipment and sparring partners. If you join West Boxing Gym, I will do my best to beat you and provide you with the best training venue and environment, as well as logistical services. How about it?" Seeing that he was depressed, West added, "Before you have a professional boxing match, all gym services are free of charge. After you have a professional match, the coaching team will only charge you 5% of your bonus." Link thought about it. The conditions given by Coach West can be considered. According to the rules of the boxing world, after a boxer enters the professional boxing arena, the coach can get 1% minus 15% of the boxer's match prize money. The greater the contribution of the coaching team, the more they get. Coaches also play a vital role in the development of boxers. In addition to training boxers on a regular basis, coaches develop training plans for boxers and find ways to improve the boxer's shortcomings and boxing techniques. In a boxing match, the coaching team must develop a suitable game plan for the boxer. At a critical moment, the coach can also help the boxer trigger the white cloth moment and save the boxer's life. A good boxing coach can make a boxer. For example, Tyson's coach Cus D'Amato. Many people believe that it was Cus who trained Tyson. If Cus had not died in 1985, Tyson's peak period would have been extended after 2000. There is also Holyfield's coach Lau Duva. Lau Duva is one of the founding members of the Boxing Hall of Fame and the owner of a major event promotion company. He has trained 19 boxing champions, including Evander Holyfield and Whitaker. West Korean's performance is significantly inferior to these famous coaches of Link, but Link doesn't care. His strength and speed are being improved in training, and he will become stronger and stronger in the future. He doesn't need to worry too much about the competition. Now he needs a skilled logistics team, a team that can guide him into the boxing circle. West Korean has been in the boxing circle for more than 30 years, and he should be quite skilled in the business. Even if he is a little worse, it doesn't matter. There will be time to replace him in the future. Coach West, happy cooperation, Link said with his hand. Haha, Link, happy cooperation. Coach West shook his hand vigorously and shouted to the boxing ring in the area. Everyone stop. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Link Baker, a new member of our boxing gym. His boxing skills are very good, and he KO'd Mario with one punch at the Red Glove Bar last night. Wow. Really? There were bursts of exclamations at the scene. Everyone looked at Link in surprise, and then looked at Mario with strange eyes, asking him if it was true. He really couldn't even take a punch. So weak. Mario's face turned red with embarrassment. He originally wanted to hide the news, but he didn't expect West to reveal it in public without giving him any face. It was too embarrassing. He glared at West in shame and anger, then looked at Link. His eyes turned and he shouted, "Don't joke, everyone. Link is very powerful and a heavy hitter." West said that none of us can take a punch from Link, and that Link will become a boxing champion in the future. Do you know that Link doesn't have to pay a penny for food and clothing expenses for training here, and West is going to pay for his training? Everyone looked at Link with an unhappy look. No one likes to have an outlier in their group. Mario, don't talk nonsense here. Coach West scolded. No, I'm not talking nonsense, West. That's what you said to me. Mario spread his arms and turned his face away with disdain. Link smiled lightly, raised his gloves and said, "Mario, we are boxers. It's useless to talk loudly. The real skill is to be able to fight. Otherwise, we have another match. I hope you don't fall down so quickly this time." "Okay, Link, today I will let you see what absolute defense is." Mario waved his strong arms and roared excitedly. Bang. 30 seconds later, Mario's face hit the boxing ring heavily. This time he fought very carefully. He used his arms to protect his head from the beginning of the game, and his eyes were tightly fixed on Link's fists. As long as Link's shoulders moved, he would concentrate on defense. But unfortunately, his defense was still not rigorous enough. Link only raised a set of combination punches, first hitting Mario's ribs. Mario was forced to move his center of gravity down, and the second punch hit his lower jaw. Mario's center of gravity shifted, and the first 3 punches knocked him directly to the ground. Mario lay on the boxing ring, rolling his eyes. Less than 12 hours later, he enjoyed a dizzy feeling again. It felt terrible. Fortunately, Link saved his strength this time, and didn't give him a serious smile to hurt him. He lay on the ground for a few seconds, glared at Link fiercely, and walked off the ring angrily. West laughed and said to the boxers from the 4 tribes around him, "You should also go up and practice with Link and see how powerful the high-level boxers are." 4 circular hand teams practiced with Link. Because it was a confrontational exercise, he did not use heavy hands. He practiced 5 or 6 cycles with each person. Relying on the attacking skills and physical strength, he shook the 4 people breathlessly, and their footsteps were slow. "Link, you are a melee fighter. Why do you need 4 or 5 eggs to fight with them, and 1 circle to fight? Are you worried that, if you fight for too long, you will not have enough physical strength, and I will defeat you?" Mario sat in the audience, and shouted with a water bottle. Link was a little helpless. This man had been KO'd twice. Why did he still want to get back at him verbally? He could only perfunctorily say, "Yes, your endurance is at its peak. I need a quick battle to defeat you." "Haha, I knew it, Link. I still have to fight 12 circles next," Mario shouted excitedly, waving his fist. Link smiled. Although this guy looked fierce, he was actually quite cute at heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Career Planning. Link, you're only 20 years old? That's amazing. In the office, West Korean operator flipped through the data card he had just filled out and saw that he was born in February 1989. He looked at him with some surprise. "Isn't it?" Link raised his handsome eyebrows and smiled while holding a citrus-flavored lollipop. "Haha, your personality is different. Young boxers are more flamboyant and emotional on the stage, but you were very quiet and calm from beginning to end on the stage. I thought you would be older," Coach West praised. Link smiled lightly. He was not calm, but he felt that defeating a few ordinary people was not something to boast about, so there was no need to be too excited. If he defeated the active boxing champion of WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO, he would realize his dream in his previous life, and he would roar out excitedly, "West, I have been in prison twice. Will it affect my amateur competition?" Link pointed to the criminal record on the data sheet. There was an overdose. His previous life was sentenced to 3 months in prison for theft and fighting, and 200 hours of community service. This was a crime committed in his previous life, and now he needs to take the blame. West looked at the side, and was also a little surprised. He thought he was a good kid, but he didn't realize he had a criminal record. He could only sigh that one should not judge people by appearance alone. It won't affect amateur competitions, but if you achieve good results in boxing in the future, these genome records will be exposed by the media, adding some black material to you. Black material doesn't matter, black and red are also red. Link didn't care about what it would be like after becoming famous. He continued, "West, I plan to play amateur competitions for half a year first, and then enter the professional boxing arena next year. What do you think? Only play amateur competitions for half a year?" West was stunned for a moment and said, "Link, isn't it too hasty? Although the threshold for amateur competitions is not as high as that for professional boxing, there are also some more powerful characters. Playing amateur competitions is also a kind of training for you, just like Holyfield, who played 160 amateur competitions and his skills have been well honed. He will perform so well after playing professional competitions." "West, I understand what you mean, but I'm confident in my own strength." Seeing that West was still trying to persuade him, Link stretched out his hand, interrupted him, and said, "West, I have a suggestion. The deadline is half a year. I will participate in one more amateur competition within half a year. If I lose, I will switch to the professional boxing world later. Otherwise, just listen to me and enter the professional boxing world in half a year." West Korean thought about it and thought that this arrangement was also possible. If Link can win in succession within half a year, it means that his strength is enough to cope with professional competitions, and it would be a waste to stay in the amateur circle. But he didn't think that Link could persist in being undefeated for half a year. When Link can enter the boxing world, he will know the boxing world. "Okay, I will speed up the arrangement for you to participate in amateur competitions. You should seize the time to train during this period." Link nodded his chin. The sport of boxing is divided into amateur competitions and professional competitions. Amateur competitions include boxing competitions, intercontinental games boxing competitions, world boxing competitions, boxing golden gloves competitions, etc. Professional competitions mainly refer to boxing competitions initiated by international professional boxing organizations and supervised and managed by professional boxing organizations. At present, the 4 most valuable boxing organizations in the boxing world are the World Boxing Association, WBA, the World Boxing Council, WBC, the International Boxing Federation, IBF, and the World Boxing Organization, WBO. There are also small professional boxing organizations such as IBO, WBF, IBA, NBA, etc. Each professional boxing organization has independent rules and regulations and competition formats. Amateur competitions are supervised and managed by the organizers of professional sports games, and professional sports games are supervised and managed by professional boxing organizations. Another more obvious difference between the two is the degree of strictness with business. Amateur competitions are not highly commercialized, and the number of boxers is relatively large, mainly for the purpose of competing for honors. Professional boxing, on the other hand, is highly commercialized, with publicity and promotion before the game, ticket collection during the game, PPV bonus collection for viewership, and publicity and hype after the game. The entire process is inseparable from commercial operations. The large number of boxers is mainly for the prize money, and secondly for the honor. Just like boxing champion Floyd Mayweather said to his opponent De La Hoya, "If you want to fight, you can. But if you don't have 100 million, then please don't call me to harass me." Boxing promotion companies are even more greedy for money, and want to reach the limit. If there is no money, don't fight with the boxers they promote. This operation method is also one of the reasons for the lack of successes in the American boxing world in recent years. Link wants to switch to professional boxing as soon as possible, taking advantage of the current North American boxing world to completely decline, make more money, and it will be easier to challenge other boxing champions after he appears. Mario, are you okay? On the boxing ring, Link put on boxing gloves and practiced boxing. When he proposed to fight, Mario took the initiative to ask him to be a sparring partner. Link said that his fists were heavier and asked him to wear a boxing headgear for self-defense to prevent injury. Mario said that he didn't need it, he could deal with it, and asked Link to try his best to attack. But as long as he persisted for a while, Mario was beaten to the ground. Mario shook his head and struggled to get up from the ground. His knees softened, and he almost fell down again. "Mario, put on your protective gear. If you don't want me to, let Reggie train with Link," Coach West shouted. Mario snorted coldly and couldn't help but put on the highly elastic sponge headgear and sponge armor to protect his head and body. After Mario put on the protective gear, he didn't know what happened to his fat body. "Haha, Link, come and hit me. Now I can definitely catch your fist." Mario knocked on the headgear with his fist and laughed. Link smiled lightly, raised his fists, and continued to attack Mario. With the protection of the sponge headgear, Mario's ability to resist blows has been greatly improved, and he will not be knocked down easily. Bang bang bang. Link swung his fists wantonly, straight punches, hooks, jabs, swings, and throws. 5 basic punches, and a combination of 5 punches, one after another, greeting Mario above, and it was very enjoyable. After practicing for more than an hour, Link's strong back was dripping with sweat, and Mario was lying straight on the ground, gasping for breath. "Link, are you a beast? Why are you so strong?" Mario said weakly. When he competed with Link before, he thought Link was just that strong. After practicing with Link for more than an hour, he realized how terrible Link was. His fists were like hammers, fast and fierce. Even with protective gear, he was beaten back repeatedly. "This guy is a beast. I'm just born strong. You go and rest first. I'll practice with the rubber target." Link handed Mario a bottle of water and walked off the boxing ring. The other boxers saw that Mario's boxing protective gear was also knocked down by Link, and they couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Mario weighed 208 pounds and was a heavyweight boxer, while Link weighed 168 pounds and was a super middleweight and light heavyweight. He could beat Mario across levels, and his strength was too tyrannical. Coach West was even more delighted when he saw Link defeat Mario. The power Link had just displayed was greater than he had imagined, and his speed was also faster. The combination punches he performed were also very skilled, just like an old boxer who had practiced boxing for many years. His mentality and his boxing awareness were also unique and experienced. West felt that he had dug up a gold mine with huge reserves. "West, you have seen my fighting style, and I don't have any suggestions for improvement." Link wiped the sweat on his neck and chest muscles with a towel. West pondered for a while. "Link, your combination punches are very good, but there are some small problems. I don't know if you have noticed them." "What are the problems, West? Just tell me." "You must raise your knees, swing your elbows, and step on your feet during the game." "Have you practiced free fighting before?" West asked. Link nodded his chin. This is not a habitual action brought about by practicing free fighting, but a problem caused by playing in the underground boxing ring for too long. The games in the underground boxing ring pay more attention to visual effects and are more relaxed in supervision. As long as there are no major violations of laws and regulations, they are not considered violations. The content of the boxing game leads to boxers' constant small moves and very bad fighting styles. Link has been fighting in the underground boxing ring for nearly 10 years and has developed some bad habits. However, he is also playing with restraint. West, I used to fight more on the street and didn't pay much attention to the rules. I will pay attention to it in the future. Okay, you continue to practice. Link felt that he still had strength left in his body, so he continued to practice boxing on the human-shaped rubber target. The human-shaped rubber target is harder than the human body. It is very tiring to hit with only a bandage handguard, but the rubber target is relatively solid, so there is no need to worry about it being broken. It is very enjoyable to practice. When Link was practicing boxing, West and the boxing apprentice stood in the distance and watched him. Seeing him crazy output on the rubber target, bang bang, and his fists kept shaking, one person couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It is said that when Tyson was practicing boxing, he often knocked out his sparring partners and broke the boxing target. Link is almost the same. Do Link will become a boxer as powerful as Tyson? Mario's eyes probably twitched. It was too violent. If Link had fought like this on the stage just now, he would have been knocked down long ago. Everyone, don't look at it. Go to train. West waved his hand and drove away several boxers and boxing apprentices. He is not very strong. How can he be so powerful? Mario said enviously. This is talent. You can't envy it. West was also envious. He had Link's talent back then, but he didn't box for 10 years and didn't even get the braid gold jewelry. Mario, you have seen Link's strength and speed. He is also an excellent trainer in professional boxing. If you can compete with him in the 3rd grade, it will not be more difficult to win the Intercontinental Boxing Championship in the future. West. Mario scratched the flesh on his face. West, you didn't object to another possibility. I have been training with him for 3 years. Is it possible that I will be beaten to death by him? It's possible. So when you want to be his sparring partner, choose my professional right. West patted Mario's shoulder and went to contact Link for a match. Mario looked at Link's back, clenched his fists, and twisted his body. He was too weak to withstand Link's attack, so he let him use the rubber man. This was a dereliction of duty as a sparring partner. Link, I will continue to be your sparring partner tomorrow. Mario shouted at the top of his lungs. I heard you. Don't be so loud. Merry Christmas. Please collect. Chapter 9 Driving for Taylor Swift. After the training, Link got his phone in the locker room of the boxing gym. There was a message from Taylor Swift an hour ago on his phone, asking him what he was doing. She also talked about some rehearsal matters. Link thought for a while. Hello, I'm Taylor's mother. She's rehearsing and can't answer your call for the time being. Taylor's mother, Mrs. Andrea's voice came from the microphone. Hello, Mrs. Andrea, this is Link. When will Taylor's rehearsal end? Link said Elizabeth. Not sure yet. Okay, I'll contact her later. The phone hung up quickly, and a voice came from the other end. Link felt that Mrs. Andrea didn't like him. She was polite but cold. It didn't matter. He didn't plan to pick up Mrs. Andrea and needed to please her. Link replied a message to Taylor Swift and rode his motorcycle around downtown Manhattan. He has been in Miami for more than a month, and he hasn't been to other places except Palm Beach. It's good to take a motorbike while the weather is good. Miami is the most populous city in Florida. It is located in the southeast corner of the United States. The urban area consists of 3 counties: Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and Florida Beach County. The beach where Baker's shop is located is in the middle of the Outer Banks of Florida Beach County. The beach is of high quality and is known as the Gold Coast. Miami is bordered by the Atlantic Ocean to the east and the Gulf of Mexico to the west. It is located in a subtropical monsoon climate with an annual temperature of more than 15 degrees. Because there are 2 seasons, winter is also relatively warm. Due to the dry climate, lush vegetation and evergreen grass all year round, the air is not polluted by industry and has extremely high quality. Therefore, Miami is also known as the Garden City, the American Retirement Center, and God's Waiting Room. It is the Latin American headquarters of many multinational companies, including Disney, ExxonMobil, FedEx, Microsoft, Oracle, Sony, etc. It has an important position in finance, business, media, entertainment, art, and international trade. In May last year, it was rated as the cleanest city in the United States by Forbes magazine. In March this year, it was rated as the richest city in the United States and the 5th largest city in the world by the UBS Motor Building. In Manhattan's Gold Coast, skyscrapers, 5-star hotels, luxury holiday apartments, and villas can be seen everywhere. Luxury cars are lined up one after another on the streets, and they are denser than those on the sea view. Link rode a small motorcycle and shuffled among luxury cars. When the car passed the Trump International Resort, his cell phone rang twice. "Are you practicing boxing? Why are you practicing boxing? I'm boxing too. When can we have a fight? Fist and laugh." Link smiled at the message. Taylor Swift is quite cute when she is not angry. "I like boxing very much. Because the diving shop business is not bad. I plan to be a boxer, to earn some pocket money. I won't fight with you. You are a girl. If I punch you, you will definitely cry for a long time." Ding dong, Taylor sent several messages in a row, telling him that boxing is not a good choice and that boxing is too dangerous. He also said that his voice is very nice, very bad, and he can be a singer. Singer? Link laughed. His voice was good, and he could sing well, but he couldn't sing, and couldn't even read the musical notation. It was too difficult to rely on singing to make a name for himself. He invited Taylor to join his team. Taylor would sing, and he would say, "Yeah, Miss Evica, here are your car keys." When he was replying to Taylor's message, a waiter in a red shirt brushed his shoulder and passed by, holding a pair of car keys in both hands, and handed them to the woman, who came out of the hotel. Link looked up at her eyes, his blue eyes flashed, and he was a little penetrated. The woman was tall, about 180 centimeters, wearing pointed high heels, almost as tall as Link. She wore delicate sunglasses, a sea blue shirt on her upper body, and a black skirt on her lower body. Her figure was convex and curvy, and her front and back were heavy and tiring. Although Taylor was also 180 centimeters tall and had a good figure, her development was not up to par with a woman's appearance. Link felt that the woman looked familiar. When she passed by, he called out, "Ms. Ivica, I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me?" The woman stopped and looked back at him. Seeing that he was a handsome man, she smiled and said, "Are you my fan?" "Yes, I read your report and I think you are a very intelligent woman." "Thank you." The woman smiled politely. Link felt in his pocket and spread his hands regretfully. "I forgot to bring a pen. Miss Ivica, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Link Baker, and I'm an excellent boxer." "Boxer? Are you good?" The woman held her eyes and looked down at him and smiled softly. "Yes, Miss Ivica, you will see me on TV and in the news soon. They will call me the boxing champion." "Haha, you are very good. Goodbye, Mr. Boxing Champion." The woman waved and got into the red Ferrari Enzo parked on the side of the road. The car started, and the wind blew her blonde hair away. Link shrugged his shoulders. He regretted not bringing a pen. Ivica's autograph should be able to sell for dozens of dollars in the future. He suddenly flicked his forehead. When he became a boxing champion, he could earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars from a match. A few dozen dollars would be nothing. Poverty can never change one's thinking. The rehearsal is almost over. I'm going to eat. There's an Italian seafood restaurant near the community. Their shrimp soup tastes good. Do you want to try it? Taylor sent a message. "Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Taylor's rehearsal location is in the wealthy community of West Palm Beach, which has the best environment, convenient transportation, and is close to the beach. It is also called Hard Rock Garden. It took 8 minutes to get to the east gate of the Hard Rock Stadium. This stadium is the base camp of the Miami team founded by the Major League Boxing. It is the largest and most luxurious stadium in Miami, with a capacity of 65,000 people, which is 2 or 3 times larger than the American Airlines Arena, the base camp of the Heat. Music rehearsals were held in the stadium, and people were coming and going in front of the door. There were many fans sitting on the grass in front of the stadium, who came to support. They held posters of star singers such as Tim McGraw, Faith Hill, Carrie Underwood, Alison Krauss, Vince Gill, etc., waiting for their idols to appear from the gym. Among them were several fans of Taylor. Link waited in front of the door for more than 10 minutes. Taylor, wearing a pink baseball cap and a printed t-shirt, came out from the underground of the East Gate. I saw your fans. It turns out you are still a big star. Of course, didn't you know before? Taylor raised his chin proudly, with a playful look on his delicate face. I know, but I didn't expect your popularity to be so high. Link smiled, turned the accelerator hard, and the motorcycle roared onto the street. Chapter 10 First Date. Taylor said that the seafood restaurant was not too close, more than 3 kilometers away. It was across from the Hilton Hotel in West Palm Beach. It was a lobster restaurant called Joyce Brothers. The store was luxuriously decorated and upscale. The restaurant mainly serves lobsters and stone crabs, and the ingredients are taken from the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico outside the door. In the Manhattan Beach seafood market, large lobsters are only more than $10 a pound. In this restaurant, a lobster soup with stone crab juice costs $180, a cheese-baked lobster costs $125, and jasmine marinated oysters cost $35. The taste is really good, retaining the fresh taste of the raw materials and perfectly blending the fragrance of the ingredients. The texture is richer and has a sense of layering. Listening to the skeleton performance in the restaurant and having a glass of Fiano white wine, it feels very cost effective to spend a few $100s more. Link practiced boxing all day and his stomach was empty. When the lobster was served, he turned on the gluttonous mode and kept stuffing things into his mouth. Taylor on the opposite side said, while eating, that he was not as interested in the food on the table as he was. Link, among female singers, whose songs do you like to listen to the most? Taylor asked, holding his cheek. Link stopped his fork and thought for a while. Whitney Houston, Shania Twain, Alison Krauss. Oh, and yours. Your songs are all good. Yeah. Plus Taylor pouted his upper lip slightly, not very satisfied with his answer. Link shook his head and chuckled. No, I did what I said before my debut. Your songs are great, and I believe you will be as good as them in the future. Thank you. Taylor smiled happily. How is your boxing practice? Not bad. I'm doing intensive training. After a while, I'm going to play amateur competitions and enter the next professional boxing world. The coach said that my skills are not bad, and I have a chance to challenge the gold champion. So good. When you compete in the future, I will go to the scene to cheer you on. Taylor smiled, shaking his fist. Link bumped his fist with hers. After dinner, Link rode a motorcycle with Taylor, slowly wandering on the street, and stopped to look at any pleasant scenery he saw. The two of them walked hand in hand, giving him the illusion that they were in love, but it was a pity that Taylor never showed any intention of going to the hotel, and he didn't dare to take the initiative. After wandering around until after 8 o'clock, Taylor's cell phone rang for the 4th time. It was Mrs. Andrea, who told Taylor that it was not safe at night and that he had to go back early. Her voice was a little deep. Link could only ride his motorcycle to take Taylor to the Hyatt Place Hotel. As soon as they arrived at the hotel entrance, Mrs. Andrea hurried out from the lobby, just nodded at Link, and pulled Taylor into the hotel. Link waved to Taylor and rode away on his scooter. Mom, Link is my friend. You shouldn't treat him like that. Taylor threw down his hat and said angrily. Taylor, I know that. I'm just worried about you. You and Link have only known each other for a few days and don't know him very well. I don't recommend you to get too close to him. Mrs. Andrea picked up her hat and followed her into the elevator. Mom, are you going to invade my private life? I'm 19 years old and I've already solved it. Mrs. Andrea shook her head and smiled. Taylor, I have no intention of interfering in your private life. I'm just standing from the perspective of everyone and making some suggestions for you. You are a singer and an idol star. You come to Miami just to participate in the music festival and you will leave in a few days. And Link is an ordinary person who has lived by the sea all his life. If you like him, you should stay away from him. Don't get too close to him and give him some unrealistic fantasies. If you don't like him, just talk to him. If you want to find creative inspiration from him, just pretend I didn't say anything. The elevator slowly rose. Taylor thought about it seriously and felt that she still liked Link very much. First of all, he was handsome and cool. Everything on his body was taken away by someone. He was very walking. He was equivalent to the mysterious agent in Hollywood movies. It should be very interesting to tell the truth to him. Mrs. Andrea glanced at her, stroked her back and said softly, "Taylor, there is one thing you must understand. We live in Nashville, and we'll go back after the music festival. It is not right for you to talk to him. My suggestion is to keep a distance and be ordinary friends. If you are looking for a boyfriend today, you can find one in the music circle. There will be more common topics." "Mom, I know, I will do it." Taylor waved her hand and walked into the room. Mrs. Andrea looked at her daughter's back and shook her head. She didn't think there would be any good results between Taylor and the diver. Although Taylor was serious and a little concerned about Link, Taylor was a smart child. She would soon understand and devote more attention to music. After all, music is her life, not Link. Back at Baker Diving Shop, there was a bright light behind the glass window. "Why did you come back just now?" "Date. I went there." James raised his wet eyes. Link looked at a few sets of freshly clean diving suits and smiled. "It seems that business is not bad today. It could have been better. A customer needed a diver, but you were not here." James glanced at him resentfully, suddenly sniffed, put down the spray head, and rushed towards him with spices. "What is it that smells so good?" Link put the restaurant box on the counter, not knowing whether he was reserving breakfast for himself tomorrow. There was a greedy fat man here, and tomorrow's meals needed to be replanned. "A box from Joyce's restaurant? Did you go to West Palm Beach? I heard that restaurant is very expensive. How could you bear to eat such a thing?" James said. Manley opened the package quickly, picked up the lobster in the box while it was still hot, and ate it in big mouthfuls. He praised it as delicious while eating, and finally ate all the soup. Link shook his head and said, "This guy is getting fatter and fatter, and the fatter he gets, the more he eats. Sooner or later he will become a bull." James sat on the sofa and finished eating, touching his big fleshy belly, and said contentedly, "I should have known that I would not eat the discounted hot dogs at Daniel's." "Who did you eat with this afternoon, Taylor? How much did it cost?" "More than $800. Link said with the spray nozzle on the salt stains on the diving suit. "More than $800? Are you crazy? Can't live like this." James wanted to sit up, but he was too full, so he supported himself on both sides of the sofa and stood up like a pregnant woman. "Is $800 a lot? Do you know how much a boxing match with Roy Jones Jr. costs? At least $2 million, and if it's less than $2 million, Mayweather will make more. I will earn more in the future, so there is no need to worry about this. TSK. James rolled his eyes confidently, stretched out his hands to wash his face under the shower and said, "I never said such things." "Tom, do you know how much Cruise and Tom Hanks are paid? At least $15 million. My salary will be higher than theirs in the future. We all know that this is just a joke." "Link, you can't think that you can beat boxers just because you beat a few crappy boxers in boxing. That's impossible. We have to face the reality." James wiped his hands with a towel. "Just like you and Taylor, she is a star. You are an ordinary person. There is a big gap in life. Eating with her, at most $800. A few more meals and you will be homeless on the streets." "Link, listen to me. Let's save money to open a store and make money slowly. Don't do anything else. Those are useless." James paused, leaned his fat face over to look at him. "Are you listening to me?" Link pointed the shower head at his face. James' face was covered with water. He glanced at him resentfully, wiped his face with a towel, picked up the car prints and garbage bags and left. After cleaning a few sets of diving equipment, Link took them to blow dry, disinfect, and take a hot bath. He went to bed at around 9 o'clock. Taylor sent extra messages. The first one said that he had to rehearse all day tomorrow and couldn't come to teach him to practice guitar. The second one said good night. Link also replied to prepare, saying that he would go buy a guitar tomorrow, and also said good night to Taylor. The next day, Link continued to get up early to run with weights and practice boxing. His life was simple, but peaceful. New book, please read it calmly, please recommend it, and vote for it monthly. Chapter 11 Golden Gloves Championship. Bang bang. In the boxing ring, Link and Mario continued to train. Under Mario's beating, he kept changing his attack methods: jabs, straight punches, left hooks, uppercuts, and lower throws. He used to be small and was best at jabs. Jabs attack means fast and unexpected, which is not as fast as straight punches and swings, but by quickly hitting the effective parts of the opponent, he can win by points. Now his height, weight and strength have increased, and his arms are much longer than before, so some adjustments need to be made to his attack methods. On the premise of ensuring that the jab attack is still sharp, he still consciously strengthens the training of straight punches, swings, hooks, and throws. In combination punches, more straight punches and swings with greater damage should be used, so that a single punch can win at a critical moment. After practicing for more than a while, both of them were sweating. The weather in Miami is relatively humid, and the room needs to be ventilated to feel it. The ventilation facilities in the boxing gym are cool, but the amount of exercise is very fashionable. The clothes are wet and dry, and wet, and a layer of sweat condenses on the t-shirt. After a short break, he began to serve as a sparring partner for Mario. Mario was mainly offensive, and he was mainly defensive. For a boxer, offense and defense are equally important. The boxer who is good at both offense and defense will have a longer time in the professional boxing world. In the past 30 years, the boxer who did the best on the offensive end was undoubtedly Tyson. Tyson has a strong offensive ability, always moving forward and never retreating. His boxing moves are clean, fierce, wild, and highly entertaining. He is also considered the most offensive boxer in the history of world professional boxing. Tyson's opponent, old Evander Holyfield, performed well on the defensive end. Although Holyfield is also a power boxer, his defensive skills are also very good. In the two WBA gold belt defense matches in 1996 and 1997, Holyfield used a strong defensive counterattack strategy to defeat Tyson twice in a row, and Tyson bit his ear. Link is a power boxer, but he is not sure that he can't fight those professional boxers with only strength after switching to the professional boxing world. For safety reasons, he prepared to do both offense and defense well and make himself a person without shortcomings. Hey, Link, Mario, don't practice yet. Coach West brought back an interesting idea. During the same training, Reggie, a boxer from the same gym, ran over excitedly and shouted, "What is that?" Link and Mario stopped and jumped off the boxing ring. The three of them came to the area together. West, manager Robinson and the apprentices were all here. Everyone gathered around a 2-meter high rectangular machine to watch. "Wow. It's a fist weight tester," Mario shouted exaggeratedly, pushed the crowd away, rushed to the tester excitedly, fumbled up and down, and finally looked at West with a strange look on his face. "West, I advised you to buy one a long time ago. I advised you several times, but you didn't buy it. Why did you buy it now? Wait, is it because of Link?" Mario sat down on the ground and said in a resentful tone, "West, I advised you not to buy it dozens of times. You moved the machine to the boxing gym the day after Link came. Your treatment is too obvious. You are discriminated against, blatantly discriminated against. Do you understand?" West glared at him with a dark face and said, "I bought it a long time ago, but it was only delivered today. Do you think I will believe it? Why didn't Link deliver it earlier or later?" The machine manufacturer also knew that a genius came to our boxing gym and urgently needed this machine for training. Mario's manager Robinson said with a smile, "Mario, this is true. The manufacturer of the punching strength testing machine stated in Dahua State, if it was bought yesterday, it would definitely not be delivered today." Well, I hope so. Mario and the others accepted this explanation and felt much more comfortable. West and Robinson looked at each other and smiled knowingly. This machine was bought a long time ago, but the boxing gym was in a downturn, and they were too lazy to put it out for Mario and the others to fight. But it's different with Link here. Link is a boxer with great potential, and as long as they can help Link in training, they don't mind investing more. Get out of the way, let me measure how heavy my fist is. Mario pushed aside a few apprentices with active eyes, clenched his fist as big as a sandbag, roared, and smashed it hard on the test target of the test machine. Bang! The test target was retracted, and the numbers on the screen began to jump, quickly rolling from 100 pounds to 700 pounds, and finally stopping at the integer value of 780 pounds. 780 pounds? Haha, Link, you come and test it too. Mario called out. Link looked at it and waved his hand, letting Reggie and the other 4 test first. He wondered if this test machine was accurate. Reggie and the other 4 boxers lined up to test, and except for Reggie who hit 620 pounds, the other 3 scored in the 5s. Link, it's your turn. Hit it quickly, Mario urged. Link put down his notebook, stood in front of the test machine, clenched his right fist, and hit the target hard. The values on the screen were flipping rapidly, and everyone stared with wide eyes and held the screen tightly. Seeing the data break through 1,000 pounds, everyone shouted in surprise, and finally Link's fist weight stabilized at 1,430 pounds. Wow, 1,430 pounds. I heard that Tyson could only hit 1,800 pounds in his prime, and Holyfield 1,600 pounds. Link is about to catch up with them, Mario exclaimed. Level. Tyson and the others are heavyweights, and the weight of middleweight's punch is about to catch up with the heavyweight champion. It's amazing. Reggie looked at Link with admiration. The other boxers and apprentices all looked at Link with worshipful eyes, feeling like a boxing champion was around. Link smiled lightly. The punching force tester can only estimate the value of the boxer's punch at the moment of punching. It is an estimate, not the real 1,400 pounds. In addition, in boxing matches, the opponent is a living person who can move, dodge and block, and will not wait for others to attack like a dummy. If you want to hit the opponent with a 1,400 pound fist, you need certain skills. Most of the KOs, knockouts, that occur in the boxing ring are caused by not being able to defend against the opponent's heavy punches and being hit directly in the head, causing fainting. This is also the reason why the boxing world attaches great importance to the KO rate. The more times a boxer KOs his opponents, it means that he is very strong and has good skills. Although the data calculated by this machine is not very accurate, it is a good measurement tool. His strength is slowly increasing during training. With this machine, he can understand his own growth more accurately and formulate corresponding West. I'm going to test it a few more times to see what the average is, Link said. Okay. West took a notebook and began to record the test. Link punched 10 times in a row on the punch weight tester within 3 minutes. The best result of his right punch was 1,480 pounds in the 3rd time, and the worst was 1,130 pounds in the 9th time, with an average of 1,350 pounds. The best result of his left hand was 1,310 pounds, and the worst was 880 pounds, with an average of 1,020 pounds, which widened the gap with his right punch. In other words, he punched 10 times in a row on the boxing ring, and his right fist always remained above 1,100 pounds, and his left fist remained above 1,000 pounds. If one of these 10 punches hits the opponent's head, the opponent will be knocked out. With the speed and skills shown by Link, the probability of missing all 10 punches is too small, and the probability of him knocking out his opponent in the future will be extremely high. Link took the notebook and looked at it, remembering a few main data and measuring it once a month in the future to see how much progress he has made. Link, I want to measure it too. Please help me remember it, Mario Tang said. Let's get started. Mario took a deep breath, roared, and bang bang bang. He also punched 10 times in a row on the tester. The fight was earth-shattering, but the measured data was not ideal. The best score was 810 pounds, the worst score was 420 pounds, and the average was less than 600. This data was not bad for amateur competitions, and the appearance fee for professional competitions was more than 1,000. Why is there such a big difference? Mario looked at Link with envy. The average was less than half of Link's, which was equivalent to Link's total. I was born strong. You don't have to be too envious. Link smiled. Mario was even more envious after hearing this. Born to practice means that you can't practice it, even if you want to, just like people say to monkeys that they are born smart. Link, this bastard, is too discouraging. One day he will catch up with Link. Coach West said to a few people, you continue to test, remember to turn off the test. Link, let's go to our office to have a chat. Okay. Link nodded and followed Coach West to the office. Standing in front of the landing of West's office, you can see the Miami Zoo and Botanical Garden opposite. The environment is good. Link, take a look at this. West handed over the information through the window. It was an application form for the American Golden Gloves warehouse. The Golden Gloves Championship is the highest level amateur boxing competition in the United States. It is known as the three major boxing championships along with the National Amateur Boxing Championship and the National Olympic Boxing Trials. The intensity of the Golden Gloves Championship is to some extent stronger than the latter two. Famous boxing champions such as Ali, Tyson, Joe Louis, George Foreman, etc. all achieved excellent results in the Golden Gloves warehouse before turning to professional boxing. The Golden Gloves warehouse is also considered to be the only way for young American boxers to enter the professional boxing arena. It's a very good platform. Link, this year's Golden Gloves Union will start in early June, and there are still 10 days left. It's a good opportunity for you to become famous early, West said. Link nodded his chin, picked up the pen, and began to fill out the registration materials. Golden Gloves contestants must be American citizens, between the ages of 18 and 39, and non-professional boxers. There are 4 levels for the first place in the competition. In this region, all registered contestants will first compete in this city, and the top 3 in the city will participate in the state championship. State trade is the second level. The third level is the divisional competition, the Eastern Division, the Southeast Division, the Northwest Division, and the Central Division. The top 4 of the 4 divisions are qualified to participate in the fullest division. The first 3 levels are knockout rounds. The 4th level is the finals, and the boxers from the 4 divisions will compete for the top 3, and the champion will receive the Golden Gloves trophy. The competition will be held between June 3rd and June 12th. The finals will be held at the American Airlines Arena in Miami. Link does not need to leave Miami to participate in the competition. This is good news. Chapter 12 The game begins. After deciding to participate in the Golden Glove Warehouse, Link devoted more time to training. The Golden Glove Warehouse is a good publicity platform. During the competition, large boxing publicity companies also focused on the competition, selecting newcomers with potential for training, and forming a talent show and beauty pageant program. Link not only wanted to achieve good results in the competition, but also to show his strong potential, so that several major promotion companies would waive funds to find him for cooperation. The more he performed, the better. The signing bonus was not much, so he wanted to give it a try. During the training period, the Miami International Beach Music Festival was held at Hard Rock. 5 days before and after the festival, country music singers from the United States, Canada, and Europe performed at the festival. According to the Miami Herald, a total of 214 singers signed up for this beach music festival, attracting a total of 1.241 million tourists, and the scene was very lively. After Link finished training every day, he would go to several branch venues to listen to the singers' live performances and watch them play guitar. Sometimes he would make an appointment with Taylor, but she was too busy with her performances, and Mrs. and Rhea inadvertently isolated each other, so they met each other very few times during the festival. When they were walking on the street together a few days ago, he thought that they were in love. After not seeing each other for a few days, they hoped to restore their normal friendship. After hearing this, James laughed 3 times and said that he had arrived a long time ago. The two were not the same kind of people at all. Link didn't care about being depressed. The work of the Golden Gloves was about to begin. In order to gain a foothold in the crowded American boxing world, he had to show enough eye-catching strength. Bang, bang, bang. Link clenched his fists and hit the rubber boxing target hard. He had a fashionable hand bandage on his hand. After practicing for 2 hours, his t-shirt was soaked with sweat and stuck to his strong back with clear blocks. After more than 10 days of training in the boxing gym, his amputated limbs became stronger and stronger. The pectoralis major, scapular, biceps, and abdominal muscles were all clearly outlined and had clear lines, just like cast iron. Mario often advised him to eat more meat, keep more fat, and be stronger. Boxers are not bodybuilders. It's useless to have a good figure. Boxers' opponents are men, not women. Link naturally wouldn't listen to him. This is the internet age. A handsome, strong, and sexy boxer can definitely attract more attention and traffic, and earn more tickets, ratings, and prize money. So for boxers, handsome looks and strong bodies are also a kind of soft power. Link, take a break. We will be exhausted if we continue. Mario sat on the ground, panting and sweating. Yes, Link, now we have to compete. Don't fight too hard. Be careful of getting hurt. Reggie also wiped his sweat and supported his arms on the ground and trembled. You rest, practice for a while and tremble. Link continued to box. Link, you can't do this. You are so powerful, and you are still training hard. How can you rest? If our West sees it, he will yell at us lazy guys. Mario said with a bitter face. Reggie nodded frantically. When Link didn't come, everyone trained for 3 or 4 hours a day, and they felt it was enough. Every time they trained, they went to the bar to pick up girls, and played in the water at the beach. Every day was very madrid and very satisfying. The atmosphere in the room was also very harmonious. After Link joined the boxing gym, the atmosphere in the gym changed completely. Link trained for more than 6 hours a day, more than double the amount of everyone else's training. Everyone saw Link, who weighed 1,400 pounds, still training hard, who could rest at ease. Now everyone followed Link to train every day. He trained for 6 hours, and everyone also trained for 6 hours. If they practiced 1 hour less, they would feel anxious and degenerate. But they trained for 6 hours a day, and the intensity was professional. After training every day, they returned home with back pain and leg cramps. They didn't want to do anything except sleep, and they didn't even have the energy to pick up girls. This life was too hard. Mario gritted his teeth and persisted for a week, feeling that life was worse than death. But he couldn't stop. Link, a boxing champion, was training hard, and he was so much worse than him, but he was lying on the ground to rest. What was the difference between that and self-degradation? Mario was now facing a dilemma. Persist. He couldn't persist. His body couldn't bear it. Give up. He was unwilling, and his soul was uneasy. The body was one thing, and the soul was the soul. He didn't know what to do, so he could only find a way to solve the problem of the person who brought the problem, the mediocre Link. Hey, Link, do you want to pick up girls? How about I introduce you to some hot girls? I guarantee they'll be just the right amount of hot. Mario said with a sly grin, showing his white teeth. Golden Reggie also nodded in agreement. Link, it's true. Don't look at Mario's scary look, but he's very playful. He has a lot of hot girls' contact information in his phone. What kind of girls do you like? White, black, and red-skinned. As long as you tell him, he'll find them. What do you mean I look scary? We Mexicans all look like this. Mario said with a shrug of his big nose and a fierce look. West came over and looked at each other. If you two don't want to train, you can stay outside, go shopping or go to a bar. Don't disturb Link's training here. Mario and Reggie looked at each other and pouted. Link, there's a game tomorrow. There are less people to train today. Pay more attention to rest. West said in a gentle voice. He was very satisfied with Link. Link was not only talented, smart, and down to earth, but also very hardworking and enterprising. After he came, the boxers and apprentices in the gym did not need supervision and would train on their own. These days were the easiest for him since he started working. After West left, Link continued to train. Hey, Link, you just said you wanted to rest. Why are you still training? Mario said angrily, clenching his fist. I'm not tired. Do I need to rest? Link looked at him strangely. Link used to push carts in the mines and fight hard in underground casinos. Now the training is too easy. There is no way to stop. Bang bang. Link continued to train. Mario was going crazy. Is this guy a human? Mario, stop talking. As long as you don't die from training, train to death. Reggie roared, clenched his fists, and hit the sandbag crazily. Mario sighed softly, but could only endure the pain, and continue to punch the stiff punching target with his fists. What is the end of this life? On June 3rd, the regional competition of the Golden Gloves Championship began. This year, a total of 112 boxers in Miami signed up to participate. Link weighed 77.5 kilograms and applied for the super middleweight competition. There were 15 super middleweights, which was not difficult. The competition was held in a small stadium in the American Airlines Arena of the Heat. There were no spectators except the referee. The competition process was very simple, 2-on-2 fighting. and the 15th pick automatically advanced to the next journey. Link was lucky. He drew the 15th pick in the first round and automatically advanced. In the second round, he drew the first pick and fought with his opponent for one round. He knocked down his opponent 3 times in a row. In amateur competitions, both sides wore protective gear, and the damage after being knocked down was not great. But according to the rules of amateur competitions, being knocked down 3 times in a row means that the strength of the two sides is quite different. The referee will interrupt the game and judge that the party that fell to the ground loses the game. Link easily entered the third round. In the third round, there were 4 people left, fighting against each other. Link knocked down his opponent 3 times in one cycle and advanced to the next round. In the fourth round, he continued to work hard, knocking down his opponent 3 times in one cycle and easily won the qualification for the state championship. It's just that his performance in the competition was too horrible, and all the competitions lasted only 1 round. Someone took a photo of him and sent it to the boxing fans chat group, asking everyone to be careful of him, saying that he was a cold-blooded and terrifying slugger with extremely heavy punches, and no one could last a round in his hands. With the support of all the patients, they had a heated discussion in the group. What should they do if they meet him next? The result of the discussion was that there was no way, because not only did he punch hard, but he was also very fast and had good defense, which was simply unsolvable. Colleagues in the super middleweight class lamented that it was so unfortunate to meet such a powerful colleague. Link's amateur competition results: 3 wins in 3 fights, 3 KOs. Chapter 13 State Championships. Link, this is not too high profile. If your opponents notice it, they will study your fighting style, and your next game will become more difficult. In the office on the 3rd floor of the boxing gym, West looked through the game records and said with some concern, Link KO'd all 3 games and performed extremely well. After the regional competition, many people in the Miami boxing circle paid attention to him. This attention may be well intentioned, but it is definitely not without malice. Because of the purpose of protecting Link, West decided to discuss it with Link. It doesn't matter. If you want to be famous, you can't do it without a price. I'm not afraid of being targeted. Link shook his head and said that the purpose of doing this was to attract other people's attention. Now is the internet age. With advanced communication technology, the public can use the internet to collect information from various platforms for free, which also makes it easy for the public's sight and attention to be distracted. In the Ali era and the Tyson era, they only relied on newspapers and television news to spread, and they were able to gain extremely high attention among the people and become popular boxing champions. Their matches are also popular among boxing fans, and they have received extremely high ticket sales and PPV, pay-per-view, revenue. Each match can earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The 10 million myths of the 10s and 17s are comparable to the 40 or 50 million in 2008. Now he wants to become a popular boxing champion like Ali, Tyson, and Holyfield, and earn more US dollars. He must be famous, and only then can he get more attention and discussion. And in the game, killing the opponent as quickly as possible and showing strong strength is one of the ways he thought of. West, if there is a media interview with me, keep it secret for the time being, leaving some suspense for the media and the public. West nodded. He has been in the boxing world for 30 or 40 years, and he knows the things in the boxing circle very well. He can also understand Link's approach and purpose. Link is undoubtedly right. This also reminds him of when he debuted. His agent asked reporters to interview him and write a press release for him. He was not very willing, thinking that boxers are not actors or singers, and boxers should speak with their fists, not those useless names. He was really too young and his ideas were too immature. In the boxing ring, fame is not only useful, but also plays a key role. Assume that the boxers have the same strength but different fame. The more famous boxers get 10 million in prize money for each match, while the less famous boxers get $10,000 in appearance fee for each match. For the prize money, the strength they burst out in the boxing ring is definitely different, and the more famous boxers definitely perform better than usual. When he was the challenger against WBO middleweight champion Sugar Ray Leonard, when the match started, tens of thousands of spectators cheered Sugar's name in unison and cheered for Sugar. Sugar soon won the home court. After getting old, West often thought of the past, thinking of the match at the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas that year. If there were tens of thousands of people cheering for him that year, could he win? He felt that the chance was great, at least he would not be KO'd by Sugar in the third round. So now he is very pleased to see that Link used mass media to create public opinion and promote himself at the beginning of his debut to attract public attention. Link, don't worry about the match. I will arrange for Robinson to arrange the media matters. He was my assistant and executive agent back then and often dealt with the media. These things are not difficult for him. Okay. The Golden Gloves Championship was very tightly scheduled. After the regional competition, only one day later, Link, West, Mario, Reggie and others took the Silver Star train to Orlando to participate in the Golden Gloves Championship qualifiers. Orlando is located in central Florida, more than 230 miles away from Miami. It is also a scenic tourist city. The more famous tourist shopping in the city are Walt Disney World, Universal Studios, and Adventure Island. It is also one of the filming locations of Harry Potter. In Adventure Island, there are Harry Potter's Magical World, Hogwarts Castle, Hogsmeade Village, Magic Train and other tourist projects, which are more suitable for family travel. Orlando is most famous for the Orlando Magic, one of the NBA professional basketball teams. This year, the Magic team performed mediocrely. Although they have Magic beast Dwight Howard, Turkish power forward Hidayet Turkoglu, and one of the twin stars Rashard Lewis, they lost to the Detroit Pistons in the Fujian competition and packed up their things and went home early, giving the stadium to the Boxers for the competition. The gold and gold collection of the Florida qualifications is in the Amway store of the Orlando Magic team. This stadium can accommodate 17,000 viewers. This game is also open to the public. People can enter the ticket by buying tickets. The price is not expensive. In the lounge of Amway, Mario looked at the Magic team's team on the wall and said, "Why not continue playing basketball? Your height can play back. Do you think I don't want to? I'm 18 years old to 6.15 feet and my body is getting fatter." Later, I encountered West. Seeing that, he also realized that this guy did not lose meat every day. The previous 208 pounds, now 210 pounds. The meat on his body is not pure fat. Reggie scratched his blonde hair and said, "Then I watched Tyson's game and thought boxing was cooler, so I started practicing boxing." Link, what about you? Mario asked. Link thought about it. He was a minor, and there was no better choice to be a boxer. Although being a boxer is very hard and tiring, hitting sandbags with fists every day, or practicing as a sparring partner, boxers are obviously more looking forward to working in the dark mines. When in the mines, every day you hang in the underground shaft, drill into the pit dozens of meters deep, and look at the mines above your head. You can't help but worry about being killed by a sudden fall of rocks, or being buried deep in the mines in a mining accident, and even the body can't be found, and the family can't get compensation. Those days were really dark. For him, boxing is a ray of light that shoots into the dark life, a life-saving straw, so he didn't give up until he died. Link, I'm a diver. I have a diving commander. Link smiled. Cool. I'm going to find you to dive after the game. When the group entered the main court of Amway Arena, the state parade had been going on for half a day. There were 2 match points on the scene. The left ring was for matches above 70 kilograms, and the right one was for matches below 70 kilograms. There were more than 2,000 spectators on the scene, and the atmosphere was quite lively. At present, the left ring was holding a heavyweight, above 91 kilograms, boxing match. 2 fat athletes were fighting on the stage with their shoulders on the shoulders. With the protective gear on their bodies, the visual effect was average, and the reaction of the audience was also very dull. Mario is also a boxer of this level. After all, West asked him to reduce his weight and fight in the light heavyweight competition. There are not many powerful opponents at this level, but he can't lose weight at all, so he can only participate in heavyweight competitions. After the match, Mario was checked and walked onto the ring wearing boxing gloves. His opponent was also a Latino from Panama City in the Northwest. He was 196 centimeters tall, had his skeleton dissected, and had relatively long arms. After the match started, after several attempts, Mario's opponent attacked first, using his arm length advantage to hit Mario's face, chest, and abdomen. Mario was at a disadvantage in the first round, but he did a good job on defense. In the second round, Mario launched a counterattack, hitting his opponent's chin with his fist, forcing his opponent into the fist. Mario, you attacked too early. At the end of the second round, West pulled Mario in the rest area. Your advantage is defense. You should defend first, and try to drag the match into the third round to continue. First consume the opponent's strength, and then take the initiative to attack. I understand. I know how to fight, West. Don't worry, I will definitely win this game. Mario said excitedly. Bang. In the third round, Mario continued to attack and threw a right hook, knocking down his opponent's eyes. The opponent fell to the ground, causing quite a stir at the scene. Today's matches were generally exciting. As long as there was a KO on the stage, the audience would applaud. In the fourth round, Mario knocked down his opponent again. His opponent barely got up, and persisted for a cycle. After being knocked down again in the sixth round, the referee judged that Mario had attacked. Raw. After Mario KO'd his opponent's attack, he stood on the corner post, raised his fist excitedly, and shouted at the audience in the seats, and the audience also gave him warm applause. Link also clapped his hands. West, look, I won. Mario shouted excitedly after he got off the stage. You launched the attack too early. If you attack more slowly, you will win more smoothly and save your energy for the next game. West commented. Mario laughed, patted his belly and said, West, I understand what you mean, but there is no need to do that. The opponent just now looked very strong and had long arms. I thought he was very powerful. After he punched me a few times, I found that his fists were very light, just like he wanted to tickle me. I thought, he is so weak, there is no need to continue to consume. I started to attack and knocked him down with one punch. It felt really great. Mario waved his fist, twisted his butt excitedly, and sat in the next seat. Teddy. Mario, it's because you have been practicing with Link recently, and your ability to resist blows has increased sharply, so you feel that the opponent's fists are not heavy. Mario chuckled. Yes, compared with Link, that guy's fists are really not that good, but Link, you hit me every day. Don't think I will be grateful to you. No, you have to be careful. There are many people with strong power in the heavyweight boxing. It doesn't matter, there are no masters in the Florida State Division. I'm confident that I can reach the qualifying quota. Mario ranked confidently. West shook his head and pulled Mario to continue talking about tactics, asking him to follow the tactics in the future and not to fight randomly. Mario kept repeating, but his eyes had already drifted to the buttocks of the female volunteer next to him. Chapter 14 State Championships. After the heavyweight competition ended, the first round of the light heavyweight, 90 kilograms and above, and light heavyweight, 79.45 kilograms and above, continued. It was not until after 2 p.m. that the super middleweight competition began. Link weighed 77.4 kilograms before the super middleweight, 76.27 kilograms, competition, which belongs to the super middleweight category. In the first round, his opponent was a black boxer from Everglades City in the West. His skin color was much darker than Mario's, his skin was shiny, and his body was lean. He was an agile player. He took the initiative to attack Link. Link deliberately deceived himself into the opponent's attack range and put his head to the opponent's face to attack the opponent. The opponent really hit him on the spot with a fierce straight punch to his head. You've been fooled. Mario shouted loudly. With super fast reaction ability, Link tilted his head to detect the opponent's fist. In the opponent's surprised expression, his fist unexpectedly came to the black man's left face and smashed it. Bang. A fierce swing of the fist directly knocked the opponent to the ground. Wow. Oh my god. There were bursts of exclamations at the scene. Because Link is handsome, strong, and sexy, when he came on stage, the female audience cast their eyes on him. Seeing him knock down his opponent with one punch, the audience exclaimed loudly, and the cheers were louder than the whole game. It's the same move again, the same move again, too insidious. Mario covered his face and recalled the scene of being stunned for the first time. Although half a month has passed, He still feels a little dizzy when he thinks about it now. It's fierce. I dare say no one can crack it. I hope I can learn it, Ruggie said excitedly. West shook his head, touched the white stubble on his chin and said, "It's difficult. This move has extremely high requirements for speed, strength, and reaction ability. Most people can't learn it. I don't believe it. I will go to Link to learn it when I go back. Next time I play a game, I will also use this move to trick my opponent," Mario said firmly. In the boxing ring, due to the protection of the sponge headgear, the opponent was not knocked unconscious after being knocked down and quickly got up to continue the game. After suffering only one loss, the black boxer became smarter. He kept dodging in the next 2 rounds and didn't fight with him at all. As long as he stepped forward, the black boxer would retreat or hug him, not giving him the opportunity to land a heavy punch. Link was also a little helpless. Compared with the boxers in the bar and the 3 opponents in the regional competition, the state championship contestants were obviously stronger, with good speed and defense. He threw 10 punches, and more than 7 of them would be dodged by the opponent. As the opponent's strength increased, the difficulty of the game also increased accordingly. If you want to win the game quickly, you must show more sophisticated skills. Link, take your time, deliberately pursue KO of your opponent, as long as you can win. At the end of the second round, in the rest area, West pulled him and reminded him, "I understand." Link nodded and spit out the water in his mouth. He believed that, if he maintained a proper level of hunger and thirst during the game, he would perform better, just like a hungry cheetah. At the beginning of the third round, Link adjusted the rhythm of his attack, using stillness to overcome movement, and using constancy to cope with ever-changing situations. Seeing that he was no longer chasing, his opponent thought that his physical strength had declined, so he changed his tactics and adjusted the rhythm of the game. At 50 seconds into the first round of 3, when his opponent retreated to the edge of the corner, Link suddenly attacked, throwing a long-distance punch on his opponent's arm, breaking through his opponent's double-arm defense, and then throwing a backhand right swing, hitting his opponent's face, and connecting with a straight punch to hit his opponent's forehead. Bang! This time the punch was more accurate, and the fist hit the opponent's face. The opponent took 2 steps back, and first hit the ropes, and then fell to the ground. Although the opponent was protected by a sponge headgear, the punch was heavier and realistic, and the opponent failed to get up twice. The referee ruled that Link was the ultimate. In amateur matches, the foam headgear worn by both sides can greatly reduce the weight of the boxer's punch. With the boxing gloves, the weight of a 100-pound punch can be reduced to about 10 pounds. After 3 chops, one punch knocked the opponent so hard that he couldn't get up. The weight of the punch was very scary. This happened for the first time in Focus. After Link KO's opponent, the audience cheered loudly and applauded for his 2 wonderful KOs. Link waved his fist and returned to the stage. "Link, you are so amazing. You can even knock down the opponent's fashionable headgear." Ruggie rushed to flatter him in time. Mario next to him snorted with a sneer. "Now do you know how to be his sparring partner? Is it dangerous? Every time I train with him, I face danger. It's too successful. But your boxing skills have also improved a lot." Ruggie laughed. "Of course, this is all learned by my life." Mario patted his chest and said. Link didn't look very happy. In the first round of the state stock market, he was dragged into the third round by his opponent. In the national stock market competition, his opponent will be more difficult to deal with if he improves his strength. After all, he thought about breaking into the Golden Gloves battlefield with a record of KOing all opponents and winning the attention of the media with his tyrannical strength. It is very difficult to be relaxed now. Link clenched his fists and secretly blamed himself. He should work harder in normal times. If he had a bigger punch, faster speed, and faster reaction ability, he would work hard in the competition. After the super middleweight competition, the middleweight competition, over 72 kilograms, continued. Ruggie played with professional boxing gloves. His opponent was not weak. The two fought for 10 rounds. In the end, Ruggie scored 1/3 and the score was 96:88. This was scored by the referee on the spot. There were 6 referees at the championship site, 3 scoring linesmen, a black referee, and a boxing ring scorer. The competition was scored by computer. There are 10 rounds in each amateur match. Each round is 2 minutes, 2 rounds less than professional matches, and the time is also 1 minute shorter. Each round has 10 points for both sides. When two boxers show the same ability and strength, and neither boxer shows a clear advantage, each boxer gets 10 points, 10 to 10. When a boxer receives 2 heavy blows in the same round, and the other boxer is in an advantageous position, the boxer with the advantage gets 1 point, 10 to 9. When a boxer wins the round by a clear advantage, the boxer with the advantage gets 2 points, 10 to 9. 8. Knocks down the opponent once in the round, showing an overwhelming advantage, 10 to 7. The winner knocks down the opponent twice in the round, or has an overwhelming advantage and knocks down the opponent once, 10 to 6. If the two sides fight for 10 rounds, after the referee finishes the round, the 3-point scoring will add up the scores of the 10 rounds, and the round with the higher total score is called triggered by points in boxing. Because the 3 referees scored differently, there were completely different situations. The 3 referees made a unanimous decision, and the decision was recorded as UD. One judged that the boxer A had an incident, and the other 3 judged that the decision was B, and the result of the match was recorded as SD. One judged that the two sides were tied in points, and the other judge judged that the one side had a score victory. And the one who ended the match was recorded as MD. Regi had a clear advantage in the match, and finally the 3 referees made a unanimous decision to end the match, which was marked as UD. After the middleweight match ended, the second round of the heavyweight match continued. In this round, Mario's opponent was a sturdy white man with very good skills. The two sides fought on the stage for 10 rounds. Mario knocked down the two sides with a score of 91:94. One referee judged that Mario had assaulted, and one judge judged that the white boxer had assaulted. Mario lost the match by a small margin. Discrimination. It is definitely a sanction. If I were a white person, they would definitely judge me as the winner. After leaving the stage, Mario said angrily, "Shut up." West pulled him away from the boxing ring. There was a white person among the 5 referees who celebrated the match. They were black, Latino, and even discriminated against. There was nothing they could do. However, the actual referee's penalty was not a big problem. It was Mario's fighting style that was problematic. He adopted a defensive strategy in the first round, and found that his opponent was average in strength. In the second round, he first launched an attack, but this time he met an opponent with good skills. The opponent defended very well. Mario could only knock down his opponent once in the second, third, and fourth rounds, and failed to completely kill the match like in the first round. After the 5th round, Mario was powerless to attack, and was forced to defend. He played very weakly, and the white boxer had a certain advantage in the match. If Mario had not knocked down once, the score difference between the two sides would have been even greater. In the end, the Catholic white boxer's beating was also based on certain grounds. If Mario insisted on asking for a vote, the members of the Amateur Boxing Association would not support him. West's face was dark after he left the court, and he didn't even want to look at him. Just now in the game, he asked Mario to change his tactics many times, but Mario didn't listen to his advice, underestimated the enemy and rushed forward. He was arrogant, thinking that he had trained with Link and his strength had improved, and he could easily defeat his opponent, but obviously his strength was not as high as he thought. Seeing West's dark face, Mario calmed down and scratched his forehead. "West, it's my fault. I accidentally discovered that he has such good skills. I think he has the possibility to enter the finals. What does it matter whether he can enter Chuchu? You have been eliminated." West snorted coldly. "I know I was wrong, but what's the use? The game is over." Mario thought that he couldn't participate in the next game, looked at his fist and growled, and sat on the chair with a depressed face. Looking at Link, who was listening to music, and Regi, who was playing mobile games, he said unhappily, "I lost. Don't you bother to pay attention to me." "Huh? You lost? So fast? I didn't know." Regi looked up and asked in surprise, "Fuck, Regi. I'm playing the game while you're playing games down there?" Mario covered his chest, taking double damage. "Sorry, I have to watch the next game," Regi said. Elizabeth. "Fuck. I'm eliminated and I'm going home." There's no next game, do you understand? Mario grabbed his shoulders and shouted, losing is not something to brag about. Why are you shouting so loudly? Link took out his earpick, leaned back in his seat and stretched. This is also your own fault. West made a plan for you that you didn't listen to. Who can you blame? Go to the lounge, find a notebook, and write a 10,000 word self-reflection instead of yelling and shouting here. Humph. You're great if you didn't lose. You will lose someday, and I will use these words to laugh at you then. Mario said angrily with a stinky face. Man, you won't have this chance. Link shook his index finger, got up and went backstage to prepare. Thanks to the old book friend Waste Controller for the reward. The new book has just been released. Please revise it and give more criticism and guidance. Try your best within your ability. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 State Championship 3. You woke up today. Have you finished practicing guitar? In the evening, in the Aloft Hotel in downtown Orlando, Link came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. He received a message from Taylor on his mobile phone, asking him what he did today. She said that she recorded music in the music studio in the East Village of Plateau today, and wrote a song for him. Link didn't reply to Taylor's message. After the last music festival, Taylor only hurriedly recalled the one side he saw, took away his guitar, asked him to continue practicing, and then ran away on the plane. The last time they walked hand in hand on the street, Link thought they were in love, and was a little excited. After all, she was Taylor Swift. A small miner could hook up with a big star. It was definitely a salted fish turning over a salted fish, a toad riding on the back of a silver dragon. But then the music festival was about to come, and the number of meetings became less and the relationship became dull. After Taylor left Miami, although they occasionally chatted, they were not as casual as before. The hot and cold relationship made Link feel very awkward. He was a boxer, and liked to be straightforward with this woman. Straightforward topics. For him, love is too advanced. He can't handle it, and he can't enjoy the passion brought by this kind of relationship. It will also delay training and competition. Love is also one of the taboos for boxers. One of the precautions that coach Leo Liu told him. Leo Liu said that when a boxer starts to fall in love or get married, his time and attention will be distracted by other things, and strength will inevitably follow. Link kept this in mind. After seeing Taylor's message, Link thought about it and decided to briefly tell Taylor about today's events. There was only one thing, the game. Today he had 3 matches in the Amway Arena. The first match was a KO strategy simulation in the 3rd round. The second match went more smoothly than the first one. His opponent was an obese white boxer, a power player. He started to fight with Link with heavy punches at the beginning, which was exactly what Link wanted. In the first round, Link made 15 shots, hit his opponent 4 times, and knocked him down 2 times. The opponent punched more than 40 times, hit his effective parts 7 times, and once hit his face, almost knocking him down. In the second round, Link threw 10 punches, and knocked down his opponent 2 times. His opponent threw 8 punches and hit his effective parts 3 times. In the third round, his opponent took a defensive posture and wanted to use a debt strategy to delay the progress of the game. However, Link did not want to give his opponent time to rest 20 seconds after the start of the game. He used a set of combination punches to break through his opponent's defense and then knocked his opponent to the ground with an uppercut. The opponent fell to the ground and could not get up for 10 seconds, and the referee declared him dead. The situation in the third game was a little more complicated. The opponent was of Mexican descent, with a very strong body and the greatest ability to withstand blows. He took 5 rounds, ambushed and knocked down his opponent 6 times, and made his opponent bleed from the nose, before winning the game. After 3 games, he successfully entered the state battlefield finals. Can you make it to the championship finals? Taylor replied to the message. Of course. 100% sure. Okay, when you play in the finals, I will go to the scene to cheer you on. That's settled. Link smiled and decided not to let Taylor leave when she came. Link, do you want to go shopping? Mario and Reggie walked into the room side by side and asked. No. Don't you want to change your clothes and shoes? Run. I didn't have time to run in the car this morning, so I'll make up for it now. After saying that, Link put on his shoes, hooded sports sweater, and headphones, and ran out of the room. Mario and Reggie stared at his running back in a daze. After playing games all day, he still wants to run at night. Is he a human? He is definitely not a human. I'm so envious. Link's physical strength is so good. Reggie, don't worry about him. Let's go shopping. I heard that there are a lot of hot girls in Universal Studios Orlando. I must pick one up tonight. Mario, I think I'm not going. I'm going to run too. You can go alone. Reggie scratched his blonde hair, went back to the house to change into sportswear and running shoes, and went downstairs to run. Mario stood blankly at the door, looking at the empty corridor, and suddenly felt that the air around him was a little cold. Orlando is in central Florida, more than 50 miles away from the Atlantic Ocean. The tree species and density here are more than those in Miami Beach. The morning air is also fresher and cooler than Miami, without the fishy smell of the sea breeze. It feels good to run in the morning here. There is a competition. Link only ran 5 kilometers and returned to the hotel to eat. Mario came back from running. His face was black and smelly, and he wanted to eat bread, like he ate mealworms. Link was too lazy to care about him. He quickly finished breakfast and rushed to the Amway Arena to participate in the competition. After 2 rounds of elimination, boxers of all levels eliminated the last 4. In the next 2 rounds, 1 person will be eliminated. The remaining 3 will decide the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place, and qualify for the Southeast Division. The audience today was also more than yesterday, basically maintaining more than 4,000 people, and the front row was basically full. Hey, look over there. Why is there a poster of Link there? Mario pointed to the front row of the audience, where several young girls were holding a poster of Link. On the poster, Link is wearing red boxing gloves, a sturdy body, iron-like anatomical blocks, a handsome profile, and blue eyes. He is even cooler than Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 3. That's so cool. Link should go to Hollywood. They are Link's fans. Link has fans now. Reggie said enviously. Impossible. It's only the 2nd day. How could there be fans coming to support him? Mario turned to Link. You didn't hire them yourself. Otherwise, where would they get your photo for the poster? I'm not that boring. Link smiled. West shook his head and said, yesterday's match was reported on Orlando local TV stations and Fox News. There are also news and pictures of the match on the official Orlando News website. Link's photo was found there. Mario searched on his phone and found it. Hey, Link, you're famous now. How do you feel? Mario asked with envy. It feels great to be liked by others. Not bad. Link smiled and put on headphones to listen to music. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, the 3rd round of the competition officially began. The heavyweight competition was held first at the A match point. The white man who defeated Mario yesterday also entered the 3rd round and defeated his opponent in the 3rd round, successfully rushing into the top 3. Link's competition was at around 11 o'clock in the morning. When he came on stage, several boxing fans held up posters and shouted Link will win, attracting the attention of a large number of spectators. Link laughed and waved his fist at the few fans, and the fans' shouts became more excited. The cameras on the scene also focused on him and his fists. Link believed that, as long as he continued to win, he would get more media attention and more support from boxing fans. His opponent in the half court was an Irishman with a thick chest hair, a well-trained technical boxer. Skeleton technical boxers can actually win the game quickly, or their skills are faster than their opponents, or their strength is strong enough and their speed is fast enough. If they don't have these 3, it will be difficult to fight. Link is strong enough, fast enough, and his skills are also high. This type of boxer with weight is also relatively simple. He can use heavy punches to open the opponent's defense. In this round, he knocked out his opponent 3 times in just 1 minute and 48 seconds and successfully advanced to the command. His opponent in the command was a black boxer named John Stevens. John Stevens is 20 years old this year. He was the super middleweight champion of the Florida division of the U19 national boxing competition in the United States last year. He is ranked 18th among the national amateur super middleweight boxers. His amateur competition record is 20 wins, 2 losses and 1 draw in 23 games. He is also one of the champion seeds of the Florida division in the early Golden Gloves collection. From the data, he is a very difficult opponent. It is quite difficult to get a KO against him. Link: John Stevens is strong, has a heavy fist, is experienced in competitions, and his overall strength is not worse than yours. When you fight him, don't deliberately pursue the KO rate. Get enough points first. The most important thing is to win the game. Wes, I understand. I will be careful. Link hit the protective gear on his head with his boxing gloves, and walked quickly to the boxing ring. Chapter 16 State Championships. Link: come on, Link. You are the champion. When Link walked onto the ring, his fans cheered loudly for him. Link waved his fist and looked at his opponent John Stevens, who was walking over from the opposite side. He was a little taller than him, and his clothes were shiny black. His bones looked very hard. Link couldn't help but sigh. It was another tough battle. Hey, I know you. Your name is Link Baker, right? On the ring, the black boxer John casually manipulated his arms and said, "Okay, I know you too." Link Elizabeth nodded. "Haha, it's good that you know me. You fought hard in the last fight, but I'm stronger than you. Today I'm going to beat you and make them my fans." Black John pointed at the girls holding Link's posters in the audience and smiled with his white teeth. Link shook his head and said with a smile, "Mr. Stevens, this is impossible. Even if you beat me, they can't become your fans." "How, Lixie, what are you talking about? Do you think they are white girls and won't like a black man like me?" Black John was very dissatisfied. Many people dared to admit that he dared to report him on the spot for racial discrimination. No, of course not. It has something to do with skin color. They like me, not only because I fight fiercely, but also because I have a handsome face. I think it's not just them. When I meet the boxing champion in the future, there will be many hot black girls who like me and become my fans. After all, I'm really handsome, don't you think? Link said with a hooked mouth. Bah. Black John spat at the ring, thinking that this guy was really shameless. He bared his white teeth and said coldly, "Boy, don't be so proud. Today I must beat you down and let your fists know that under my fists, you are just a soft egg that can only cry. See if they still like you." Link shook his head and glanced at him with disdain. This glance was more lethal than words. Black John was immediately furious. He cursed and raised his fists to prepare for the fight. "They please get ready." The referees on the scene checked each other separately, fought each other, and announced the rules of the game. The rules of amateur games are more than those of tennis games, but time is limited. The referees only announced a few major rules and asked both sides if they understand English and have any problems with their ears. They must obey the referee's orders during the game. Boxing. The boxing referee cut his hand and announced the start of the game. Link raised his fists, his steps began to jump, his eyes tightly grasped his opponent's shoulders, and he moved forward 2 steps and approached Black John. John also seized his position and kept a distance of 1 meter from him, not fighting him directly. Link guessed that the opponent probably watched his matches and understood his style of play. At the same time, the opponent was not angered by the pre-match dispute. He was a nervous and experienced opponent. Very tricky. Not good Manhattan. Link glanced at the opponent and simply put down his hands. His arms were naturally vertical on the cliff. His body swayed constantly and he jumped forward to approach his opponent. He put down his arms and gave up defense. He dared to approach his opponent without defense, which was a serious provocation and contempt in the boxing ring. Although John was told by the commander before the game not to take risks and to defend in the first 3 rounds, he was also angered by Link's actions at this time. He took a step back and took advantage of Link's walking. He suddenly jumped and punched Link in the face. The hood of amateur competitions can perfectly protect the forehead, but there is no protection on the face and elbows. The middle part of the face is also the key attack area for boxers. The 2 sides were close to each other, and John's punch was fast. When Link turned his head, John's fist quickly hit him and hit the protective gear on his side face. Link was almost killed, and his back throwing punch caught up at the same time and hit the black man's forehead violently. The two sides were too close, and the black man John noticed his attack and wanted to do a strategic backward move, but Link's arm was 192 centimeters. Bang! Exclamation mark. A fierce swinging punch was like a chain hammer, hitting the black man's face fiercely. John's head was hit, and he fell to the side involuntarily. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Wow. Great. Well done. This punch was shocking, dangerous, fast and fierce, and full of highlights. It immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. More than 5,000 spectators at the scene shouted loudly, "Link champion." The fans in the audience shouted his name excitedly. The media and thousands of spectators at the scene also focused their attention on the boxing ring. This boxer is interesting. In the audience, a brown-haired man with a refined look pinched his chin and nodded slightly. "Franco, do you like him?" the woman next to him suddenly asked. The brown-haired man shook his head and called his assistant to ask him to investigate a boxer named Link Baker. In less than 2 minutes, his assistant sent Link's information to his mailbox. The brown-haired man read it, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. He called his assistant and asked, "Simon, are you sure that he KO'd all his opponents in the first 7 games? This is an amateur game with a headgear protection, and he can also KO his opponents in the debate." "Yes, boss, all KOs." In the Miami Elimination Tournament, all 3 games ended in 1 round. In the 3 games yesterday, he knocked down his opponent 4 times per game on average. "He is a heavy artillery player," Assistant Simon commented. "He is a heavy artillery player. His speed, his skills, and his boxing awareness are all extraordinary. Wall is not inferior to professional boxers. He strikes, and strikes very hard." The brown-haired man put down his phone and looked at Link with sparkling eyes. "A handsome, strong, fighting, light-skinned boxer. He has considerable commercial value. Franco, do you want to sign him? He looks good?" asked the woman in the skirt. The brown-haired man grabbed Link and saw him knock down the black boxer again. He clenched his fists, knocked his knees, and said, wait a little longer, and see how he performs next. I hope he can bring me more surprises." Bang. In the boxing ring, in the second round, the two sides exchanged more than 30 punches, and each won and lost. With only 5 seconds left in the second round, Link found a flaw in the opponent, quickly approached, broke through the defense with a set of combination punches, and knocked down the Black John in the corner. Second KO. "Mr. Cohen, this is Carl." In the audience, a black-haired middle-aged man with a camera saw Link knock down the black boxer again, sat down and called Greg Cohen, the promoter of Top Promotion Company, and solemnly recommended Link Baker, a boxer from Miami, to him. "Carl, where are you? Orlando? What boxer knocked out his opponent 8 times in 8 matches? Tell me again in detail." Hearing Cohen's answer, the black-haired middle-aged man smiled. He knew what had aroused Greg Cohen's interest, so he told him in detail about Link's participation in the Golden Gloves amateur competition. "Carl, you continue to pay attention to this boxer named Link. If he can break into the Golden Gloves National League, I will go to meet him." "Understood, Mr. Cohen. I will continue to pay attention to his games." The black-haired man hung up the phone with a smile. He is a scout who specializes in finding young, outstanding, and commercially attractive boxers or athletes for boxing promotion companies. Today, he heard about the news of a boxing match at the Amway Arena, so he came over to take a look at the boxers in the first few matches. The performance was average, and there was no target worth paying attention to. When Link came on the court, he saw that Link first gave up defense to lure the enemy, easily dodged the opponent's fist, and at the same time, used a swing punch to fight the opponent. This punch was extremely strange, shocking. Cole was stunned at once. This kind of fighting style has only appeared in professional boxing matches. A rookie boxer dared to do this, and did it very beautifully. This surprised Carl so much, that he couldn't even call the boxer named Link. He called a friend to ask for Link's information. After getting the information of Link's previous matches, he once again confirmed that this boxer named Link was very worth investing in, so he called the promoter of Strict Promotion Company. As long as Strict Promotion Company is willing to sign Link, He will be able to collect a considerable commission in the future. Link Baker, come on, keep winning, and the entire American boxing circle will be shocked by you. Carl, holding an e-cigarette, smiled as he watched Link knock down his opponent again. Bang. In the boxing ring, Link once again used a heavy punch to break through Black John's defense and hit him in the face with a straight punch. Black John fell to the ground for the third time and failed to get up for more than 10 seconds. Boom. The audience shouted loudly, shouting Link's name and calling him the boxing champion. I declare that the nightmare of this game is Mr. Link Baker. After the referee raised his arm and announced his terrifying moment, the oxygen cylinders and cameras in the audience were all aimed at him. Chairman audience people who are engaged in sports after the game picked up the phone and called the promoters of several major boxing promotion companies in the United States. Strict Promotion Company, Ranked High, Matchroom Boxing Promotion, Matchroom Boxing, Queensbury Boxing Promotion, Queensbury, Golden Boy Promotion, Golden Boy, Strict Champion Boxing Promotion Company, Premier Boxing Champions. On this day, promoters of many promotion companies in the United States knew the name of a newcomer, Link Baker. Chapter 17. Emma Watson. Hey, Robert, Daniel, I'm talking to you. What are you watching? In the Gyro Greek Grill restaurant in downtown Orlando, 18-year-old Emma Watson looked coldly at the two people opposite her. Emma, what did you say? Daniel Radcliffe regained his sight and adjusted his round frame glasses, while the golden-haired Robert Grint was still chasing the TV on the counter behind him and ignored Emma Watson at all. Emma Watson glared at them fiercely. Recently, they were filming Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince at Universal Studios Orlando. The filming was not going smoothly in the past 2 days. She wanted to talk to them about tomorrow's scenes, but the two guys only listened to a few words and ignored her existence, staring at the TV behind them. Is the beauty pageant so interesting? Emma Watson pursed her lips and looked at the two people with contempt. Dirty men only like to watch bikinis. It's not a beauty pageant, it's a boxing match. The American Golden Gloves competition is held in Orlando. It's a competition. Daniel Radcliffe pointed at the TV and said. Emma Watson looked back and saw a black object. The short-haired, blue-eyed, handsome boxer waved his red fist and knocked his opponent to the ground with one punch. His opponent lay on the ground for 10 seconds and couldn't get up. Wow. It's amazing. The boxer named Link is so strong. Robert Grint raised his fist and shouted excitedly. It's really amazing. His reaction speed is very fast. He stands there and lets his opponent hit him. The opponent can't hit him. Daniel Radcliffe nodded and said. Emma frowned and pouted her lips disapprovingly. Now the powerful boxers are all in the UK. If you want to watch, you can go back to London to watch. What's the point of a boxer's match? Daniel Radcliffe smiled shyly and didn't refute her words. Golden-haired Robert Grint said, there are also very good boxers in the United States, such as Holyfield, Mayweather, Roy Jones Jr., and this boxer named Link is also very good. The Orlando Sports Channel just broadcast a clip of his game. He KOs his opponents in every game. This is an amateur match. The opponent is wearing protective gear, but he can still knock people out for 10 seconds. He is too strong. Even Lewis may not be able to do it. I bet he will become a boxing champion in the future. So what? Boxers are all violent. They show off their wealth, fight, sexually assault, promote violence, and instigate teenagers to fight. I think this sport should be banned worldwide. Emma Watson, poster Robert Grint and Daniel Radcliffe looked at each other and shook their heads. It's terrible when women get angry. They cancel boxing as soon as they open their mouths. Link, tell me how to practice that move. I'll pay for it today. The three people were chatting when three boys came in. The leader was a handsome, slender, and strong boy. He was followed by a tall and thin blonde boy. The last one was a fierce-looking, fat boy. All three of them were wearing sportswear. Their arms were bulging. They walked very fast, like a gust of wind passing by. Hey, he looks like the boxer named Link on TV. Robert looked back at the TV and then at the leader. It was indeed the same person. I want to find his signature. Robert, is there something wrong with your brain? We are the stars, okay? Emma said. Can't stars chase stars? Oh no, I forgot to bring a pen. Emma, can I borrow yours? Robert looked at Emma's nose on the side of the table. Exclamation mark. Emma Watson refused coldly. Robert rolled his eyes and got up to find paper and pen at the counter. Don't ask, you can't learn it. At the table, Link ordered the dishes and listed the menu to the waiter. You didn't tell me how you knew we couldn't learn it. Hurry up and tell us, Mario urged, patting the table. Reggie also nodded expectantly. Link took a sip of black tea and smiled. To learn my trick, it needs a faster reaction ability. Have you ever teased a cat? You put your face close to the cat, grab its eyes, and flick its forehead with your fingers. You will find that when you flick it, its claws have already hit your lower body. So simple. Simple. Link glanced at him. Do you think it's easy to have the reaction ability to reach the speed of a cat? Thinking of his simple mind and simple thinking, Link was too lazy to blame him for his outspokenness. Hi, are you Mr. Link Baker? A voice with a London accent came from nearby. Before Link could figure out what was going on, he saw Mario stand up suddenly, his big belly almost knocking over the dining table. Mario explained the answer from the table, surprised. You are Ron the Golden Retriever? Are you really Ron the Golden Retriever? I grew up watching your movies. Can you sign an autograph for me? Link turned around and saw Ron the Golden Retriever, one of the Iron Triangles in the Harry Potter film series, whose real name is Robert Grint, was being shaken by Mario's palm. Mario was so strong that Link slapped Mario's hand away and invited Robert Grint to sit down and chat. He had watched the first 3 Harry Potter films and was quite familiar with the actor. Robert Grint told him that they were filming Harry Potter at Universal Studios Orlando, and today he saw his boxing match on TV and thought he was awesome and wanted to find his autograph. Of course, Link would not refuse to give the big star an autograph, and he exchanged phone numbers with Elizabeth. Wow, is that Hermione? I like Hermione the best. I want his autograph. Mario took the signature book and went to find Emma Watson to sign. Link saw Emma Watson and Mr. Harry Potter were there too, so he went over to say hello. When he was about to leave, Emma Watson called out crisply, "Hey, Mr. Link Baker, I'd like to ask you, as a boxer, what do you think is the meaning of boxing besides promoting violence? I mean the positive meaning." Emma Watson was wearing a channel printed lotus colored shirt with loose golden curly hair, a slender platinum necklace on her delicate collarbone, a delicate and pretty face, and the elegance and intelligence of an English woman. She had a good appearance and temperament, like a little lady, but the words coming out of her pink lips were like knives, making people want to cover her mouth and stop her from talking nonsense. "Emma, you're so rude," Robert Grace reminded. Daniel Radcliffe smiled shyly at Link. "Mr. Baker, Emma is in a bad mood today. It's not directed at you. Please don't blame me for being rude." Emma Watson frowned and asked with a smile, "So Mr. Baker, you don't know the positive significance of boxing?" Link smiled lightly and thought this little girl was quite interesting. He sat down opposite Emma, caught her eyes and said, "Ms. Watson, it's not that I can't answer this question, but I think this question is too childish." "What? You dare to say I'm childish?" Emma Watson clenched her little fists, hugged him angrily, as if she wanted to compete with him in boxing. She snorted coldly, "Okay, then tell me, what's not childish about my question?" Link raised a finger and said, "I think boxing should be the greatest sport in the world. No doubt about it." Huh. Emma Watson wrinkled her delicate nose with disdain. Link didn't expect it. First of all, it represents a spirit. If you know about boxing, you will know that it has a competition called the Boxing Champion Challenge. Ordinary boxers can challenge the world champion. He knows that the world champion is powerful, but he still dares to challenge. He will not back down, even if he is beaten to death or disabled. What kind of spirit is this? Brave. Daniel Radcliffe said. This is unyielding. This is against power. This is not a weakling willing to be enslaved, but a fearless iron fist against the strong. This is the greatest spirit of mankind. Mario raised his head and chest, clenched his fists and roared. Emma Watson blinked and snorted at the tip of her nose. Billiards, tennis, golf. You can also challenge the champion. Can it be the same? A group of people bullying a ball? Can it be compared with boxing that hits the flesh? Mario retorted with his big nose raised. Link waved his hand and smiled. Boxing is also a kind of civilization. Since the 19th century, white supremacy culture has been popular all over the world. Blacks, yellow people and Mexicans have been discriminated against in the United States. Boxing champions Joe Louis, Muhammad Ali and Bruce Lee defeated white boxing champions in the ring, broke racial discrimination, and were regarded as heroes by people of color. Boxing also promotes racial equality, embodies social fairness and justice, and is a sport of modern civilization. What positive significance do you think it has? Emma Watson blinked, feeling that she wanted to say something wrong. Link raised another finger and smiled. Third, boxing is also a kind of culture. Enough. Emma Watson grabbed his hand, blinked, and said weakly, "Dear Mr. Link Baker, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Boxing is very meaningful. My idea is too naive. I apologize to you." "Okay." Link smiled lightly. "It's good that you know you're wrong. You're still young, and you're a little magician, so I won't compare with you." Ha ha ha. Several men at the table laughed. Ha. Emma Watson glared at him. Her blue-green eyes turned, and she said with a smack of her lips, "Link, boxing champion Ali fights for fairness and equality. What do you fight for? To make money? To make money?" Several people looked at him in surprise. Just now he opened his mouth energetically and closed his mouth politely. Now he said that he fights boxing to make money. The gap is also very big. Emma Watson opened her little mouth. She was going to dig a hole here. No matter what Link said, she would say Link was hypocritical, but Link spoke the truth. As soon as he opened his mouth, she told her that there was no hole to dig, and this bastard reacted quickly. "Is the goal of making money vulgar?" Link smiled and looked at several people. "No, no, no. Of course not." Mario, Robert, Daniel, and Reggie answered in unison. "The work they are doing now is also for making money." He smiled at the beautiful Emma Watson. "Miss Emma, do you have any other questions?" Emma Watson rolled her eyes. "No, I hope you will become a billionaire soon." "Thank you. Miss Emma, I'm your fan. Can you sign for me?" Link smiled and pushed a pen and a notebook in front of her. "Are you my fan? Are you sure?" Emma Watson didn't believe it. This guy contradicted his idol as soon as he met him and embarrassed his idol. Is this how a fan should behave? Really? Link smiled. Emma Watson looked at him, happily signed the notebook, and left a phone number. Chapter 18 Southeast Division Finals. After the Orlando competition, Link won the Florida Division gold medal of the Golden Gloves, 5 sets of sports suits sponsored by the Boxing Association, and a cash prize of $5,000. Just one day later, he and West took the Silver Star train to Charleston, South Carolina, to participate in the Southeast Division competition. The Southeast Division includes 14 states, including Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas. The top 3 in each level in each state are qualified to participate. There are 42 boxers in the super middleweight competition. After 4 rounds of competition, Link once again advanced to the finals and entered the finals with a KO of his opponent, causing a huge sensation in the arena and the boxing circle. Almost all boxing boxers know that there is a KO opponent from a boxer who knocks people out in every game and never stops until he knocks out his opponent. He also got the second icon, physical anesthesiologist. The first icon is the Prince of Boxing given to him by boxing fans. Because of his high-profile performance before, his killer moves and game tactics were studied by his opponents. Before the game, his opponent stayed up all night to find ways to crack his killer moves and tactics. This also made his next game extremely difficult. In the semi-finals, his opponent was a skilled Italian boxer with good skills and fast speed. He dodged Link's back throw punch killer move at the beginning of the game, which caused a burst of exclamations at the scene. Everyone knows that Link's back throw punch is very powerful. From the beginning of the game to now, no one has ever dodged it, but this time it was discovered by the opponent. Everyone felt that Link might try to fail for the first time since his debut. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Although the killer move was discovered, Link was not discouraged. He still had a heavy punch. In the 6 circles of the circle, he stretched out a total of 286 punches, attacking more than 40 punches in each circle. This was the most punches and the highest frequency in all his previous games, 286 punches, hitting the opponent's head 48 times, knocking down the opponent 7 times, and the last time, he used a swift straight punch to completely knock the opponent to the ground, unable to get up for 10 seconds. He won the next match with great difficulty. Link, how are you? West saw that his whole body was sweating, and his arms and wrists were trembling after being cut. He knew that this was a symptom of overexertion, so he quickly asked Reggie and Mario to help him lie on the bed to rest, and asked the accompanying masseur to massage him. I'm helpless, just a little exhausted. Master Link drank a sip of water and wrapped his whole body with a towel to prevent the loss of water in his body. West frowned at him and sighed. Link, do you want to change the plan? KO the opponent in the whole game. This goal is too difficult to achieve. That's right, Link, there are many promoters from promotion companies on the scene today. They are digging for talents. I think it's best to win the game. Reggie held a towel and fanned him next to him. Link waved his hand and smiled. Don't persuade me. This is the goal I set for myself. Since the goal has been set, it cannot be easily changed before failure. Your opponent in the next game is very strong. How can you KO him with your current situation? Mario said with a pout. Fight with all your strength. Link clenched his fist. His eyes were firm, and his flying sword was as sharp as his fist. The Southeast Division competition was held at 4 p.m. at the North Charleston Garden Stadium. The venue attracted 12,000 people to watch. Media from southeastern states, Fox News Network, HBO Sports Channel, and other media sent reporters to do on-site interviews. Link, next you will face Jones Fowlers, the runner-up of the United States first start last year. He is very strong. Will you still insist on ending the game by knocking out your opponent? Yes, this is my goal. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how strong the opponent is, I will try my best to achieve it. Link responded slowly and forcefully. Link, what if you fail? Will you give up the game? A reporter from the Tennessee News asked. Failure? Sorry, I will fail outdoors, not here, and not in Miami, so Mr. Reporter, please don't mention the word failure when interviewing me. Link waved his fist and smiled. Link, congratulations on your successful promotion to the Southeast Division and your successful qualification to participate in the National Warehouse. What is your next goal? The HBO Sports reporter handed over the microphone bottle. Champion. Of course the champion. Except for the champion. The interview time is over. The reporters left, and there were two SpongeBob SquarePants on the ring. Link in a red sponge suit and Jones Follows in a blue sponge suit. Jones Follows, an African American, 22 years old, from Tennessee, 192 centimeters tall, 195 centimeter arm length, 78.2 kilogram weight, was the runner-up in the light heavyweight category of the US National Amateur Championship last year. In order to win the championship, Jones Follows lost 2 kilograms before the game and signed up for the super middleweight competition. His speed is characterized by a small head, strong physical strength, fast attack speed, and excellent defense. He is a boxer with comprehensive skills on both offense and defense. He once caused damage to the noses of 3 opponents in a lightweight amateur competition. At present, the preliminary results of 32 games are 28 wins, 3 losses and 1 tie, and the competition experience is very rich. After the game started, Jones Follows adopted a conservative style of play, did not take the initiative to attack, and was more than 1 meter away from him. Link tried to chase Jones, but was quickly noticed by Jones, who was very fast. After thinking, Link decided to change his strategy, give up the plan of active attack, and save his physical strength first. In the first round, both sides only raised 12 punches in total, and they bumped fists perfunctorily at the urging of the referee. They are fighting, why don't they fight? Mario asked mysteriously. I was also confused. Before watching the game, the news said that there was a boxer from Miami who was very fierce. He fought like crazy in the arena, hitting whoever he saw, and knocked out all the opponents. Some people called him an anesthetist. Now it's the finals. Why is the anesthetist not numb? Link, do you have any plans? West asked Link this question during the break in the second round. Link shook his head, looked at his opponent who was also resting, and said, don't worry, wait a little longer. Wait. What for? Mario looked at Jones across from him, and asked in a low voice, did you put an anesthetic in his water? Link was stunned for a moment. Can he still do this? He was sweating a lot, panting, and his steps were a little shaky. Didn't Link spend a lot of time in the last game? He has no strength? Reggie asked. Is he tired? Mario shook his nose and expressed his doubt. During this period, there were competitions every day, but as long as he had time, Link would run outside or work out in the hotel. His physical strength was more abundant than the beef cattle in his ranch. Mario didn't believe that Link would be so tired that he would walk unsteadily unless he had 3 women in his bed last night. Hey, play faster. Don't waste time anymore. Refund. Refund. The audience shouted loudly to express their dissatisfaction with the game. The referees also urged each other to play faster, and negative games would be deducted points. Link ignored it, just raised his fists, beat his opponent tightly, and occasionally threw a few perfunctory punches. Although the reaction of the audience is important, it cannot be manipulated by the audience's emotions and easily change the situation. His opponent Jones Foles was also relatively calm. He frowned and looked at Link in confusion. According to the coach's analysis, Link is a boxer who is eager for success. He likes to launch a fierce attack on his opponent in the first 3 rounds, and often knocks out his opponent in the first 3 rounds, ending the game. So before the game, his coach repeatedly told him to defend tightly and protect his head and never give Link a chance to knock out. Jones has watched Link's game video and remembers his heavy punches. He is also prepared for his Manhattan heavy punches. But since the start of the game, Link gave up after a little trial and attacked basketball, which is delaying the game. Jones is a little suspicious. Does he want to come? Suddenly noticed that Link was sweating a lot, and his steps were floating. Is he worried because he spent energy in the last game? His body has not recovered yet? He decided to take the initiative and try to test Link's condition. The next chapter will be in 2 minutes. Chapter 19 Southeast Division Champion. Bang! Jones leaped forward and threw a swift straight punch at Link's face. Link reacted faster, dodging with his head tilted, and threw a back fist at Jones' head. It's the same move again. The anesthesiologist is finally online. Can he hit it? The audience exclaimed, because they saw it, and everyone knew what Link's killer move was. It was a back fist from the southeast that was thrown quickly, usually hit first after being launched, and KO'd the opponent with 1 punch, which was very fierce. Jones also knew Link's killer move. In order to deal with Link's killer move before the game, he and his coaches practiced for 2 days, and finally found a way to crack it. At the moment of punching, quickly stop and squat or squat with your head tilted, and focus on Link's back fist, instead of thinking about knocking Link down with 1 punch, and using this move to hit Link's morale. Before Link's back fist came, Jones had already prepared for defense, and leaned back tactically. Link's back fist swept across Jones' chin. Woo! The audience exclaimed in disappointment. Link was not disappointed, even though his killer move was detected, and he continued to keep the upper part of his arm. Jones saw that Link's strength and speed had decreased compared to the previous game. He guessed that Link had consumed a lot of energy in the previous game, and wanted to use this method to get some rest time. Jones asked him to succeed, and then hit Link's crossed arms with his second punch, trying to break Link's defense, but Link's skills were superb, and it was extremely difficult to break, so Jones could only attack with punches one after another. In the face of Jones's strong attack, Link still adopted the tactic of strict defense and defense. In this round, Jones threw a total of 65 punches, 8 of which hit the effective parts of Link's body. According to the referee, Jones scored 10 points in this round, while Link only scored 8 points. In the 4th round, Jones continued to attack, throwing a total of 72 punches, 9 of which hit the effective parts of Link's body, and Jones won another round. During the intermission of the 4th round, his coach suggested that he should attack at a rhythm and conserve his physical strength to prevent Link from having a follow-up move. Jones was not in the peak. The match went on to the 4th round. The first 2 rounds were 10-10. In the 4th round, he had an obvious advantage. He only needed to win 2 more rounds to win the match. He had to give up the current formation advantage. In the competition with Link, he could see that Link was very exhausted, and his strength and speed had decreased. He had great control and defeated Link. His coach saw that Link was sweating, and was drinking water on the sidelines. He also reached Jones's suggestion to continue to take points and stabilize the victory as soon as possible. Link, you still don't want to make a move? If you don't make a move, you can't do it by points. Wait. I'll rest for another round. Link spit out the water in his mouth and staggered to the middle of the ring. Bang. The match continued. In this round, Southeast made 84 shots, 10 of which hit Link's effective parts, and won another round. In the 6th round, there were 4 circles below the arc of the end of the game. Is Link going to fight again? The audience and the people from the promotion company looked at Link in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly became lively. Was it because his girlfriend broke up with him before the game? In the 6th round, Jones threw 88 punches and hit Link's effective parts 12 times, and Jones won another round. Is Link going to lose? The people from the promotion company sighed with some disappointment. Link played too badly in this round. Although he didn't know what happened to him, a boxer was affected by the outside world and lost the game, which showed that his psychological quality was a bit. Link, didn't you bet a lot of money on yourself and bet that you would lose, so you wanted to lose the game deliberately? Mario asked, turning his full head. Link glanced at him and spit the water on the ground. Watch out, I'm going to get mad next. Shit, you can't even get into bed like this. How can you beat me? Mario said with a pout. Bang. At 24 seconds in the 7th round, Jones hit Link in the face with a straight punch, and Link quickly turned his head to notice it. Jones. At this moment, Jones's trainer yelled. Jones had no idea what was going on until Link's backflip suddenly hit his head. His body couldn't stop falling to the right. As he fell, he remembered Link's backflip. He had just played a few games with Link's momentum and scored a lot of points on Link's face. Because the attack was too smooth, he had forgotten Link's killer move and didn't pay attention to avoiding it when he punched. He didn't expect that at this time, Link's physical strength could still hit such a fierce punch. Miscalculated. Bang. Jones fell heavily to the ground with reluctance. Wow. Backflip. Link's backflip again. Is the anesthesiologist finally here? I'm dying. Link, come on. Kill him. Goodbye KO. The audience immediately cheered up. Jones attacked and Link defended just now, and both sides did well. But everyone bought tickets to watch Link KO his opponent, not to watch his opponent suppress Link, so they waited patiently and finally got a KO. Then Link did not disappoint the audience. When Jones stood up, he took advantage of Jones's lack of blood and used a series of heavy punches to break Jones's defense. A swift jab and a left hook hit Jones' face hard. Jones was knocked to the ground for the 2nd time. Link, come on. Link, I want to sleep with you. Link, let your punches come harder. Seeing Link's power, the audience shouted excitedly. Jones stood up, and Link continued to attack actively, one combination of punches after another. Hold him. Hold him. Jones's trainer shouted in the audience. Jones immediately went forward to hug Link to prevent him from continuing to show his power. Link continued to punch Jones in the ribs until the referee separated them. At the beginning of the 8th round, Jones raised his fists high, crossed his head to protect him, and took a tight defensive posture. If it was in the first 3 rounds, Jones had a lightweight physique and super high resistance to blows. Link might not be able to break his defense. Even if he did, it would take a lot of effort, and he didn't have that much physical strength to waste. In the 8th round, Jones had been attacking for 4 rounds in a row, and his physical strength was greatly consumed. He was knocked out by Link twice in a row, and it was also a great burden to defend his arms. This was when his basic defense was weak, and Link was not afraid. When he stepped forward, he continued to use heavy punches to break Jones's two-handed defense, and once again hit him in the face with a straight punch. Bang. Jones was knocked down for the 3rd time. Good fight. Just like that. In the audience, Franco Duva waved his fist and shouted excitedly. Boss, are we going to sign him? Assistant Simon. Franco Duva frowned his thick black eyebrows and looked at several silhouettes not far away. There were promoters from Top Promotions, Greg Cohen, promoter from Arena Promotions, Dmitry Isalita, Frank Warren from Queensbury Boxing Promotions, Al Heyman, Vice President of Top Champion Boxing Promotions, and even the newly established Golden Boy Promotions. People from several large boxing promotion companies in the United States were interested in signing Link Baker. His Hall of Fame promotions wanted to sign Link, which was not easy. In addition, after the Florida competition, he contacted Link in Orlando and offered him generous terms to sign him, but Link refused. Link said he would consider signing after the Golden Glove warehouse was over. Link was strong and was not in a hurry to sign. His peers also pinched Link, a newcomer with huge commercial value. If they wanted to sign him, they must have enough patience and terms that were enough to impress Link. Bang! In the ring, Link hit his opponent's head with another posture punch. Jones was knocked to the ground and squatted. He stood up for 4 seconds. This was his 8th knockdown. This Jones is not bad either. His skills are comprehensive. His ability to withstand blows is extremely high. Several promoters nodded in approval after Jones was knocked down 8 times. Link is a heavy hitter. His previous opponents would not be able to get up after being knocked down 7 times at most. Jones was able to get up after falling down 8 times. Obviously, he has great potential. In the next round of the competition circle, can Link complete the KO? Everyone was looking forward to Link's performance. In the boxing ring, after 9 rounds, Link was sweating all over and kept taking deep breaths. This was not a pretense to lure the enemy, but he was really tired. He rested less than 3 hours after the last game and continued to play. This time, the opponent, Jones Falls, was very strong and very resistant to blows. His ability to withstand blows was at least twice that of Mario. His defense was also very good, and it took a lot of effort to break his defense every time. After 3 rounds of continuous attack, Link's physical strength also reached a critical point, but after Jones was knocked down 8 times, his physical and mental state was also very poor. Now they probably competed with endurance and willpower. Link is not lacking in strength or will. When he was pushing a cart in the mine, when he was spitting out diamond blocks from his mouth at the last moment of the Iron Cage battle, he could still burst out with great power, not to mention that he was completely in an advantageous position now. How could he lose the game? Exclamation mark. Raw. Link was furious, punching Jones non-stop. Bang, bang, bang. Link forced Jones to the corner post, and his fists were fully fired. 1, 2, and 3 punches broke through Jones's arm defense. The first 4 punches broke through the defense and hit Jones' forehead hard, making Jones lose the ability to react. Break. The referee came over and grabbed Link. Link stepped back and put away his fists very gentlemanly. Jones' arms hung on the ropes, his body fell forward and fell to the ground. The referee counted. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Link raised his hands high. Boom. The atmosphere on the scene reached a climax, and the audience cheered loudly, shouting Link's name. Yeah. Link won. Mario and Reggie jumped up and shouted, Link. Champion. Link, champion. What a wonderful match. Link Baker will definitely become a champion in the future. From regional competitions to divisions, Link has made it to the Golden Gloves Championship finals with a record of KOing all his opponents. His performance is unmatched. 14 amateur matches, 14 KOs in the finals. This record has never been seen in all amateur competitions. Link has created a new historical record. The audience stood up and applauded Link, and the people from the promotion company also looked at Link with scorching eyes, as if looking at a mobile money printing machine. The media at the scene also aimed their cameras at Link to witness the birth of a new sports star. I declare, the temporary gold medalist of the Golden Gloves Reserve Southeast Division is Florida, Link Baker. Yunus Musa, Vice President of the United States Boxing Association and the organizer of the Southeast Division, raised Link's arm high on the boxing ring. Link. Champion. The audience applauded and cheered. In the audience, more than 100 boxing fans holding up Link's posters jumped up and down excitedly, shouting Link, Boxing Prince, and some even shouted Mr. Anesthesiologist. Link smiled brightly and waved his fist at the boxing fans. Family, see you in Miami. 2 chapters are posted together. Please read on. Chapter 20 Negotiation of 100 million words. It was a wonderful match. Anesthesiologist Link once again finished the match by knockout, raising his amateur record to 14 wins and 14 knockouts in 14 matches. This is an amazing record, a record that Tyson, Holyfield, and Mayweather have never had. On June 13th, Please turn your attention to the boxing ring of basketball and use your fists to inspire a new star rising in the southeast of America. His name is Link Baker. Boxing Ring magazine reported, it is understood that the 2008 Golden Gloves Reserve Southeast Division competition ended yesterday. Florida's super middleweight boxer Link Baker performed well in the finals and successfully knocked out his opponent, former amateur championship runner-up Jones Fillers, in the 9th round. He won the Southeast Division super middleweight gold medal on behalf of Florida. He will also continue to represent Florida in the Golden Gloves Championship national competition. Florida New Herald reported, yesterday I visited Roy Jones Jr. in West Manhattan Beach. I asked him if he had paid attention to the Golden Gloves Reserve. Roy Jones Jr. was smoking marijuana with 2 bikini hotties around him. He told me no. I said to go and see the bar guys. There was a young man named Link Baker. He was a very excited young man from Miami. He won the State Reserve Championship in Orlando on behalf of Miami, and won the Southeast Division Championship in South Carolina on behalf of Miami. No, not just the championship. He won the game by 14 wins and 14 knockouts in 14 games, which is dozens of times more valuable than the division championship. Haha, all the opponents in the competition were knocked out? I understand what he means. I understand very well. He wants to tell us owners, this game is too easy. I will show you a difficult move. I will knock out my opponent to enter the focus circle of the standings. If I met him before the game, I would roll my eyes at him. Young man, don't be too crazy. It's useless. There are too many boxing masters. Be careful not to have your handsome nose broken with a fist. Fortunately, I didn't know him before the game, and I didn't roll my eyes at him, because he really did it. He completed an almost impossible challenge. He knocked out those guys wearing high elastic sponges 14 times. Link, is there a dragon living in his body? I asked Roy Jones Jr., who was smoking marijuana. Can you do it? Roy Jones Jr.'s eyes were a little dazed, as if he was recalling his past that was difficult to look back on. Obviously, his poor amateur competition results were compared with Link. Before my interview was over, Roy Jones Jr. yawned, and his assistant told me that Mr. Roy Jones Jr. was ready to rest. I looked at the back of Roy Jones Jr. and saw that a boxing champion was getting old, which also meant that the boxing ring in Miami was about to fall into dust. I felt a little heavy. Wait, the boxing ring fell into dust. No, we still have Link Baker, a brand new boxing champion. How can the boxing ring be lonely? Let's cheer for the future boxing champion of Miami, Link Baker. Miami Herald comments by Raphael Varane, editor-in-chief of the sports edition of the newspaper on the Silver Star train. Link put down the newspapers in his hands, touched his head, and sweated profusely on his forehead. The air conditioning in the carriage was running normally, and the air was relatively cool, but his forehead was sweating, not because the weather was too hot, but because the news in the newspaper was too embarrassing, so embarrassing that a train was buckled from the sofa head. He is only the super middleweight title of the Southeast Division for the time being, not the gold belt key champion. But the media in Florida and Miami have praised him as a champion, hoping that he has just taken an Apollo spacecraft to the moon at the American Space Center, and praised him to the sky. This cannot embarrass him. But after the embarrassment, there is a dark pleasure. Yes, it is very pleasant. It is a relaxation and pleasure after achieving the goal. If he simply won the game and won the Southeast Division Championship, would the media in Florida and Miami praise him as a boxer like this? Link thought it was impossible. He dared not praise a simple record because the media would worry that he would suffer a defeat in the next game, and dared not praise him. But for a boxer who knocks out his opponent in every fight, he has the strength to withstand the hype. So Link set himself a very high goal, which not only won honor for himself, but also created a very newsworthy alert for the local media. He got another TV series through the media, and the media also sold newspapers through his publicity. This is a win-win moment. This also shows that his previous goal of pursuing all KO opponents is meaningful and not a waste of effort. At the same time, Link also understood West's previous advice. When he first joined the gym, he told West that he would only play amateur games for half a year before switching to the professional boxing arena. West did not agree with some of it at the time and advised him to play more time. He felt that it was unnecessary at the time and believed that his skills were mature and did not need to be honed through amateur boxing matches. After seeing these news, he suddenly understood what West meant. Playing amateur games can not only hone skills and accumulate competition experience. More importantly, it brings fame and honor to boxers, but also brings honor to the people around them, the show, and even the country. This is a stage of accumulating popularity and character. When he represents the region or country in competitions, the regional and American media will promote him for free, making him the last singer in the hearts of the people. After having the last singer, a boxing match will be held in Florida. Will black people come to support him? After having a high school in the United States, boxing matches will be held in New York, Los Angeles, Las Vegas and other places in the future. The American people will buy tickets or pay to support him because he is a celebrity. This is also the reason why foreign boxing champions come to the United States to compete, but the audience does not buy tickets. Even if he is very powerful and has several gold championships, but he is not one of them, who cares? Because of his imprisonment in his previous life, Link did not enjoy this kind of treatment in the amateur competition stage, and did not understand the role of amateur competitions. Now he has a little understanding. He plans to participate in more amateur competitions in the next 6 months or more than half a year, and accumulate more popularity and honors. In fact, it is free media publicity, and it is useless. After switching to the professional boxing arena, these accumulated reputations and prestige will be converted into US dollars in one game after another, so playing amateur competitions is not a waste of time. Link, have you finished reading? How about we chat? Sitting opposite him by the window of the train was a middle-aged man with brown hair. He wore glasses and a light brown striped shirt even in the hot summer. His Clark Gable-style hair was meticulously parted. When he smiled, he looked at his white teeth carefully, showing his good personal habits and wealthy social class. With a smile, looking at the other person, and raising his hands and feet, he also gave people a gentle and elegant temperament. This man is Franco Duva. The surname Duva comes from Latin America, and is not common in the United States, but few people in the boxing circle should not know Lau Duva. Lau Duva is one of the founders of the Boxing Hall of Fame, and is also the coach or agent of 19 world boxing champions such as Holyfield and Whitaker. He is also the founder of the Main Event promotion company. Old Duva is 86 years old this year, and is in poor spirits. It is said that he has withdrawn from the Main Event company, and handed over his boxing career to his eldest son Franco Duva. Orlando Mark Duva left the Gyro Grill restaurant not long after. When he just added Emma Watson to MSN, Franco Duva followed West and knocked on his door, wanting him to talk about signing. When West heard that it was Lau Duva's eldest son and the president of the Main Event promotion company, he agreed to bring him to meet Link without hesitation. Once they met, Franco stated his intention and said he wanted to sign him. Link appreciated Franco's straightforward style, but he would not sell his contract at such a begging price, even if he had a million words. He declined Franco's proposal with the excuse of not discussing the contract for the time being, just like he turned down the olive branches extended by other promotion companies after the Southeast Division game. After the train left South Carolina, Franco Duva caught up with him again. Opposite him, it turned out that he was sitting opposite Mario, a guy who really wanted to be signed by a promotion company. How could he refuse to give way to the president of a promotion company? After Franco Duva sat down, he kept chatting with him, as if he wanted to use this method to build a closer relationship and make him agree to sign the contract. His attitude was very sincere, but so what? Once it comes to his own interests and future development, the three big names in the boxing world, Old Man Lau Duva, Bob Arum, and Old Man Don King, are right in front of him. He can still choose to ignore them if he doesn't want to. If he doesn't want to chat, he can choose to read the newspaper and then be shocked by the news in the newspaper. What are you talking about, Mr. Duva? Link took the box of South Carolina citrus, cut it with a knife, peeled a slice, and put it in his mouth. Link, congratulations on your successful entry into the Golden Gloves and winning the overall victory. Even though there are many powerful opponents in the overall attack circle, it is not difficult for you to get into the top 3 with your strength. When Link heard the number 3, the corners of his mouth moved. It's hard to be the champion. Franco Duva added in time, and took out a tissue with channel letters printed on it, and handed it to him, and continued, Link, if you win the championship, those promotion companies want to sign you. What conditions will you put forward? You can tell me. I not only bring sincerity, but also a checkbook. Maybe I can satisfy you now. What kind of conditions? Link narrowed his eyes and thought. Yes, you can tell me any conditions. Franco Duva smiled slightly, with a gesture of, as long as you dare to quote, I dare to take over. Very generous. 100 million elephants. After Link stuffed the other half of the tangerine into his mouth, he used his lips with sexy lip lines to report a number with strong gold content. 100 million elephants? New Year's Day. Happy New Year. 2 chapters of happiness in a row. Please follow me. Chapter 21 I will save the prison. How much? Mario's eyes widened suddenly, looking at him in shock. 100 million? Are you crazy? Mr. Duva came to his speech with sincerity, and you actually used such an insincere number to respond to Mr. Duva's kindness? Link, don't joke. Let's be serious and conscious. I heard that Mr. Duva has contracts with more than 10 boxing champions, and he is very busy. Even West and Reggie, who were drowsy from the sun, opened their eyes and listened to their conversation attentively. So money is a good thing. It is very refreshing. Link, 100 million means? Franco Duva's face turned into a wry smile, as if Link's words had touched his gallbladder, and even his smile turned bitter. If any fans of Franco Duva saw his smile change, they would definitely blame Link for being reckless. Link swept Mario, who hadn't hit him. This bastard didn't even want to ask for face and integrity in order to let Franco Duva take in his destruction. But he shouldn't even think about it. With his qualifications, he would be despised for not being able to withstand a beating if he went to be a sparring partner for the boxing champion. What's the point of going to a major event company? Link smiled slightly and wiped the corners of his mouth and fingers with a tissue slowly. Mr. Duva, do you think 100 million is a lot? Or do you think I'm not worth 100 million? Need I say that, Link? Look at yourself. Even if you have won a few games now, those are amateur games. After all, you are a rookie who doesn't even have a boxing champion, and you dare to offer 100 million, Franco said indignantly on behalf of Mario. Hope Link asked Franco for $100 million. What a rebellious thing. He is doing justice for the heaven. Link looked at Franco Duva and smiled. Mr. Duva, do you think so too? Of course. Shut up. Link looked at Mario coldly. Mario, go sit over there. You have nothing to do here. West scolded with a dark face. Mario curled his lips, licked his face, and smiled at Franco Duva, moved his butt to the neck of the opposite aisle, but his neck stretched out long. If he could use his face to occupy a seat, his basic seat would not change. Link smiled and looked at Franco Duva. Mr. Duva, do you think so too? When Franco Duva was thinking about the problem, he lowered his head a little, and there was a contradiction between his eyebrows. When he raised his head, the vertical lines disappeared again. He said, Link, you are strong, good looking, and have great commercial value, but you are a newcomer after all. $100 million, even if it is ranked Holyfield's 5th year of debut, and after winning the WBA Gold Collar Award, he will not make such a huge clause to my father. Link paused when he heard about his father Duva, and a respectful expression appeared on his face. He smiled and said, Mr. Duva, you were willing to come to see me and sign me before I became a boxing champion. You were optimistic about my potential. This is no different from Wall Street pitchers buying a large number of shares of those small companies with potential before they go public. As an investor, if you were asked to bid 100 million in 1980 to take 20% of Microsoft's shares, would you be willing? If you were asked to invest 1 billion in 1985 to take 80% of Apple's shares, would you be willing? If you were asked to invest 100 million in 2003 to take 30% of Google's shares, would you be willing? Now I ask you to invest 100 million to take my event promotion contract, but you are unwilling. Is this why? Mario and Reggie were stunned. They heard Link ask Franco Duva, if he went back to the past and had money in his hands, would he buy a large number of shares in Microsoft, Apple, and Google? They also thought that, if they had money and opportunities, they would not invest in the boards of several internet companies. The result of thinking is, of course he is willing. He can't be a fool if he can earn 100 billion by investing 100 million. But then Link changed the subject and asked Franco why he wouldn't spend 100 million to get his contract. Isn't this nonsense? There are big companies worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, and you are just you. How can a boxer like you compare with big companies worth hundreds of billions or trillions? Mario rolled his eyes, thinking that Link's brain might have been soaked in seawater and was a little damp. Franco Duva was stunned for a moment, and the corner of his mouth was inadvertently touched by Zhao Zong's bitter smile. He spread his hands decently. Link, your business value is very high, but 100 million US dollars is indeed beyond our budget. What do you think of 10 million? 10 million? Link is worth 10 million. Mario looked at Franco Duva with wide eyes, as if asking the respected President Duva, you also accidentally infected Link's madness, because you were too close to him? When Western Regi heard that Franco Duva offered a 10 million big contract, they also looked at Link in surprise, wanting to see his reaction. Shocked, excited or surprised, Link just calmly gestured and waved his hands. Suppose it was in 1980, on this train, Bill Gates sat opposite you, and he sold you 20% of Microsoft shares for 100 million. Without future memories, you would definitely refuse. In 1985, when those stupid shareholders of Apple drove jobs out of the company and messed up Apple and were ready to sell it to you for 1 billion, you would definitely refuse. In 2003, the three founders of Google raised investment for a new project and sold 30% of the shares to you. You would still refuse. It's not that you didn't invest seriously, but that you didn't do a serious investigation. You don't know where the three companies and I are really valuable. You don't know how much potential we have and how much value we can create in the future. If your company makes a career assessment of me, it will not be enough for a boxing champion like Holyfield to sign me in the future. My value is in a batch of goods. A boxing champion like Holyfield? Mario stared at Link with wide eyes. If he hadn't been frightened by Link's cold eyes, he would have wanted to grab Link's collar and shake him hard a few times, asking him if he knew who Holyfield was. Evander Holyfield was the most successful heavyweight boxer in terms of honor and business after Tyson. He was the WBA heavyweight champion 4 times, the IBF heavyweight champion 3 times, and the WBC heavyweight champion 3 times. He was the second boxer to win the World Heavyweight Championship 3 times after Muhammad Ali. It was the dream of all boxers to be able to become Holyfield, but in Link's mouth, someone is crazy. Someone is really crazy. Mario looked up at the roof of the train and muttered in a low voice. Franco Duval looked at Link with strange eyes, thinking that this young man was probably arrogant after defeating more than a dozen opponents and being hyped by the media. He was extremely arrogant and even ignored Holyfield. He still had a smile on his face and used a more polite tone and eyes. Link, let me know your career plan, or what do you think is the most valuable thing about you? Of course. Link smiled with the corners of his lips. If he just said that his future was better than Holyfield's, it would be bragging. Others would despise him and smile. This was not his intention at all. He pointed to the fruit basket on the table and said, since the commercialization of boxing, heavyweight has always been the most profitable field, but it has not been profitable in recent years. This is indeed the case in the North American market. Due to the lack of heavyweight champions, Mayweather, Roy Jones Jr., De La Hoya, Pacquiao and other small-level boxers began to divide the market that specifically belongs to the heavyweight class. Because you can't find someone in North America who can replace George Foreman, Tyson, Holyfield and others to continue to attract audiences and buy singles for boxing matches. If there is now a person who is capable of unifying the 4 major heavyweight organizations and regaining the heavyweight market and audiences, would you be willing to sign him for 100 million US dollars? I think you will definitely not let it go. With this person, your company will be able to earn 10 billion, 100 billion in the future. What is 100 million? I'm such a person. Without waiting for Franco Duval to speak, he raised his hand and stopped the other party from speaking. Since the 1940s, most of the boxers active in the boxing world are Ali, Tyson, Holyfield, Mayweather, Roy Jones Jr., these skin-digging people. And my appearance will break this pattern. My goal is to unify the 5 major levels in the 4 major organizations. All the world boxing champions used to be with Lord Jin. How can Holyfield compare with me? Link looked at Franco Duval seriously. The boxing world is about to usher in earth-shaking changes, and I changed the person in the boxing world 100 million. Mr. Duval, I see that you are sincere, and I also respect Mr. Duval for the sake of friendship. Is it a lot? Franco Duval dipped the sweat on his forehead with a patent tissue. If Link said before that he didn't take Holyfield seriously, it would be too floating, like a bubble floating in the sky. Just now, Link said that he was ready to regain the heavyweight market and bring momentum to the North American boxing world. It was like thunder from the sky that shocked him. Even Ali, Tyson, and Holyfield dared not say this, so how could he, a boxer, dare to say it? However, if you think about Link's words carefully, you will find that, although there is some bragging in Link's words, it is not impossible. Now the North American boxing world is in a period of transition, especially in the most profitable level. As the boxing champions of Tyson and Holyfield are getting older, the strength of the new heavyweight champions is generally not high. Even if they are capable of becoming the champions of the domestic boxing world, they will soon be beaten back to their original form when they meet foreign opponents. There is not much value in investment and cultivation. If there is really a person who is capable of unifying the heavyweight gold lords of the 4 major organizations in the current boxing world, this person will undoubtedly have great commercial value. If it is a handsome light-skinned boxer, the commercial value will be immeasurable. 100 million doesn't sound like a big deal. But is this person Link? Link is facing a newcomer who has debuted for less than 10 days, a newborn baby. Even if he is very strong, who can guarantee that he will continue to be strong? The difference between the promotion company and the group of people on Wall Street is that the object of their investment is a specific person. When the object of investment is a person, the variables are complicated, and the risks are also complex. It often takes great courage to make an investment decision. From ancient times to the present, those who can eat the biggest piece of cake are often those who dare to take risks. Mr. Duva, although I was a little crazy just now, I will use my fists to prove that my words are bragging. And you are facing a choice, whether to continue to be an audience and praise or express regret for my future achievements, or to place a bet in advance and become my partner, and we will eat cake together. The choice is in your hands. Link picked up a tangerine and handed it to Franco Duva. Franco Duva looked at the tangerine in his hand, silent, but there were 2 vertical lines on his forehead. Mario looked at Link stupidly. He could barely keep up with what he said before, but what Link said later was equivalent to the ravings of a mental patient, which sounded dizzy. But he couldn't understand why Mr. Franco Duva, a celebrity in the promotion industry, didn't pull out his crazy mouth when he heard what Link said, but listened carefully! Exclamation mark. He didn't understand whether he was not normal or the world was crazy. When the train arrived at Miami Station, Link woke up West, who had fallen asleep again, took his luggage, and prepared to get off the train. Mr. Link Baker, your statement is very interesting. We will seriously consider your proposal. Always support it. Franco Duva stretched out his hand and said, okay. Link smiled and shook his hand. Link is out. When Link and his group appeared at the train station, dozens of reporters from the media heard the news and rushed towards him, including Miami Business TV, Miami Tribune, American Express, Beach Pictorial and other media. Fans are also a group that needs to be continuously maintained and paid serious attention to. Link's goal is to become a boxing superstar and a boxer with huge business potential, which requires potential to deal with the media. Although sometimes they are annoying and shameless, as long as they are handled properly, the positive effects they bring are definitely greater than the troubles they cause. Link stayed in the square at the entrance of Miami Station for more than 10 minutes, answering more than 20 questions about the game and personal life, fully satisfying the curiosity and writing needs of this group of reporters, and they generously let him go. Hey, Link, here. On the street across the station square, Fatty James rode a small motorcycle and waved happily at him. Link said goodbye to West and others, crossed the traffic, walked across the street, looked at the small motorcycle under the fat man's buttocks, Honda Rebel, pointed his index finger and said, "I came back from the battlefield full of honor, and you use this little thing to welcome me? What's wrong? What else can I use to pick you up? Are you afraid that there will be no room? It doesn't matter, I'll squeeze forward," James said as he moved his buttocks forward, and the small motorcycle squeaked and screamed under his pressure, and his head was in pain. Link covered his forehead. He had just talked to others on the train about a big business worth hundreds of millions of elephants. He thought he was a big boss and a big shot, but he had to ride a small motorcycle home after getting off the train. It felt like a dream. I don't know, now it's gone. This is the only way to ride, so don't despise it. He stretched out his long legs and squeezed behind the scooter, which suddenly sank and squeaked. James started the scooter, and the scooter rumbled with black smoke and merged into the neat traffic flow. The photographers quickly raised their cameras and pointed at Link on the scooter, pressing the rainbow button several times in a row. Click, click. 7,000 words. Please recommend and vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. The Last Time. Manhattan Beach Coast. Blue sky, sea, white sand, large beach trees, and bikini girls playing volleyball on the beach. There are beautiful scenery everywhere. It feels good to be back. Link walked around the beach and then drove a speedboat to patrol the sea in front of his house. After finding nothing unusual, he returned to the game. Since the Golden Gloves finals was held in Miami, the locals did not have to rush on the road. There were 2 days of rest before the game, but he could not rest yet. The boxers who entered the finals came from 4 divisions, with 5 people in each division and 20 people in each level. They are all winners of each division. Most of them have participated in the National Youth Boxing Competition, U19 Championship, Pan American Games, National Boxing Competition, Olympic Qualifying Competition and other competitions, and won the top 3 outstanding results. Strong strength. The difficulty of the game is also greater than that of the Manhattan competition. When playing in the divisional competition, he already felt that his opponent was in great difficulty. If he wants to win the Golden Gloves Championship and get the 100 million signing fee, he needs to do more preparation before the game. It's better to be prepared. Link, come out. In Baker's diving equipment store, Link sat in front of the TV and watched the video of a boxer named Andre Berto frame by frame with a video recorder. This man was the champion of the U19 National Championship and the US Amateur Championship last year. He is a boxer with the strongest overall strength. He is powerful, flexible, comprehensive, and experienced in competitions. He is very difficult to deal with. West suggested that he first watch the opponent's game process and get familiar with his game style. If they meet in the arena in the future, there will be ways to deal with him. Link agreed with West's suggestion. Through the opponent's game video, you can understand the opponent's game style, whether he is technically inclined or a heavy gunner, whether he is a main player or an attack and defense integrated player, the combination of commonly used combination punches, whether it is a straight punch plus jab or a jab plus straight punch plus jab, whether the standing posture is a traditional right or left, whether there is a powerful killer move, etc. After understanding these characteristics, it will be easier to deal with. He believed that tonight, those opponents were watching his game clips at the same time, thinking about how to crack his killer moves, heavy punches, super defense, and super physical strength. They were all having a headache for each other. Link, hurry up. James, Daniel, and Michael on the surfboard shouted at the door. What gift? Link was a little surprised that these 3 people would prepare gifts for him before the game. He was a little looking forward to it. He put down his notebook and walked to the door of the small shop. Dang dang dang. Seeing him come out, James and the other 2 shouted, took a step to the side, shook their arms, and threw out a golden cloak, which shone brightly in the brilliant sunshine. Link blocked it with his hand. It was more than a meter long, made of chiffon, and had average workmanship. The key was that there were many words on the cloak. The first line read Baker Diving Equipment Store, Taking you to the underwater world in the second line was Daniel Hot Dog. Can satisfy your fantasy of hot dogs. Below were Michael's Surf Shop, Mexican Barbecue Shop, Miss Lina's Ice Cream Shop, etc. More than a dozen slogans and store signs. Link squinted his eyes, having a bad feeling in his heart. Haha, Link, this is a battle robe we prepared for you. When you enter the venue, you will wear it, and you will definitely become the focus of the whole venue. What do you think? Daniel shook the golden cloak and smiled as if inviting someone. Link, isn't it super cool? Michael from the surfboard shop shouted. Why is there an advertisement on it? There will definitely be a lot of media interviewing you on the day of the competition. We can advertise here, by the way. This is called rational use of resources. What do you think? Yes, Link. Obviously, the cloak is empty anyway. Advertising is both economical and affordable. It also makes it look very individual. Don't you think? Link opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but felt that there were too many complaints and it would be too long-winded, so he turned directly to the store to continue watching the game video. The 2008 Golden Gloves National Finals were held at the American Airlines Center in downtown Miami. This was originally the home stadium of the NBA Heat, but this year the Heat were deeply troubled by injuries. Shaquille O'Neal was traded to the Suns. The team played badly for a season and did not even make the playoffs. The American Airlines Center also became the venue for boxing matches. Compared with the Hard Rock Stadium, where the music festival was held, the space here is smaller, but the boxing championship is not a mass sporting event, and the young audience is also limited. It is most appropriate to hold it in the American Airlines Center. Before the game started, a total of 3,024 people were expected to book tickets for 2 days in advance by phone or online. 7,320 people booked the next day. In order to always have a preview of the tickets for that day, it is expected that on the first day of the game, the attendance rate of American Airlines Arena will be close to 70%, about 12,000 people. On the day of the finals, the main court of American Airlines Arena may be filled with enthusiastic Miami people, provided that the boxer Link Baker, who was born in Miami, can successfully enter the finals. Time flies. On the day of the game, Link came to the game scene wearing a golden cape. When he walked out of the passage, the theme song of Rocky III: Eye of Tiger was playing in the gymnasium. Rise up and work hard to reach the top. Have the courage to use courage to gain glory. The audience and media reporters suddenly brightened up and turned their heads to look at him. Looking at him shining, he immediately became the most dazzling cub in the audience. Wow, it's Link. His cape is so cool. There was a cry from the audience. Link smiled and waved to the fans and boxing fans in the audience. Link. Fatty James shouted in the audience. Champion. More than 200 men sitting next to him wearing yellow t-shirts and holding Link posters also stood up and raised their arms to make a runway. The performance was a bit exaggerated. Link. Champion. Under the command of James and Daniel, the group stood up again and trembled. These people are merchants near the Seaside Boulevard. They came to the competition site today to cheer for Link. Because everyone is very enthusiastic, Link can't refuse. In the end, he can only bite the bullet and replenish everyone's good luck robe. Link waved to everyone. Link, can I interview you? A large group of reporters with microphones rushed over and blocked his way. Link, I'm a reporter from Miami Business TV. Why did you appear in a golden cloak? What's the meaning? A reporter in a blue polo shirt handed over the microphone. Yes, this is a gift from my friends. It is said that it is the golden robe that the god of war Achilles once wore when he was fighting in the underworld. It symbolizes courage and strength. What do you think? Link asked, shaking his cloak. Hearing him joking, the reporters also laughed happily. Mr. Link Baker, after the Southeast Division competition, you said your goal was the finals. Do you still stick to this goal now? Of course, my goal has always been the championship, and this will not change. Please believe me, all boxing fans, I will lead everyone together. Link, there is often a question. Before the game, you use a heavy punch to KO your opponent. In the next game, will you continue to maintain the previous posture? The female reporter asked. Link pondered for a while. This question is not easy to answer. Initially, his goal was to reach the finals by a full KO. Now that this goal has been achieved, it will be more difficult to continue to play in this way. I will focus on the game. If there is a chance, I will still use a heavy punch to KO my opponent, but the Golden Gloves competition is the highest level boxing competition in the world. The level of the boxing players is also very high, and there is no excellent hand. To be safe, I will take the championship trophy as my goal, and then deliberately pursue KO. Link said tactfully. Mr. Link Baker. A thin and dark reporter squeezed over and said in a sharp voice, I can understand that you have no confidence in the next game, and you don't have enough confidence in defeating your opponent, so you temporarily change the specifications, right? Link glanced at him and said calmly, of course I have confidence, but the excitement of all sports games is full of uncertainty. Let me emphasize again, my goal is to win all the games and keep the championship trophy in the team, not to KO the opponent. It is meaningless to pursue the KO rate too much. Mr. Link Baker, you still don't have confidence, right? In the Southeast Division rankings, it took you 9 rounds to defeat your opponent Jones and win the victory game. After entering the finals, the opponent is stronger. You are afraid of losing. You don't have the confidence to KO your opponent, so you are forced to change, right? Please don't avoid my question. The dark and thin reporter asked excitedly. Link, you don't have confidence in the next game? Other reporters also searched for Link, wanting to hear his answer. Link was stared at by dozens of eyes, surrounded by dozens of microphones and telescopes. He glanced around with a cold look, raised the corners of his lips and smiled softly. I'm full of confidence in the game, and even confident that I can continue to win the game by KO and win the championship. Please wait and see. Boom. Hearing his words, the reporters at the scene were immediately excited. Mr. Link Baker, do you mean that you are going to continue with your original style and rush into the finals and win the championship by KOing your opponents? Mr. Link Baker, are you talking about KOing all opponents, including the Foundation Wealth champion Andre Bito? Mr. Link Baker. When the reporters heard a major news, they rushed to ask with their mobile phones and topics. Yes, as you think, I will continue to kill the game by KO until I reach the championship. Link waved his arms, pushed away several microphones that were about to be pointed at his nostrils, and strode into the competition scene. The reporters cheered excitedly just now. They got a very valuable news material from Link. Once the news is reported, it will definitely attract the attention of many viewers and readers. Want to KO Andre Berto and others? Hey, Mr. Link Baker, you are still too young. The dark and thin reporter shrugged and said with a smirk, Happy New Year 2024. I wish you all peace and safety in the new year. Everything goes well, academic progress, and career success. Asterisk. Chapter 23, KO to the end. Link, you've been fooled. You shouldn't have told those reporters in front of you that you would continue to win the next championship by knockout. It's too difficult. In the lounge, West frowned with gray eyebrows. The age spots on his cheekbones wrinkled his eyebrows and eyes, which were slightly deformed, like dead leaves floating on coffee. His dry eye bags also had a few more wrinkles, because of the worry in his eyes. West, don't worry. I have a plan. Link took off his t-shirt and put it in the closet. Link, don't you understand yet? That group of reporters are trying to trick you. They want to dig up big news from you, and will constantly stimulate you with sensitive questions and force you to answer. You are too young and hot-tempered, and lack the experience of paying attention to the media, so you were fooled. When you encounter such a situation in the future, just change the topic and ignore it. Those reporters can't do anything to you. West continued, as for the fact that you told reporters that you will continue to win the championship by KO, you can ignore it. As long as you can win, you can get the championship, and those reporters can't use this to blame you. No, West, this sentence sounds familiar. I thought it over carefully, and was not forced by reporters to make the decision. So, I will continue with my previous game style and KO my opponent, until I win the championship. Link sat on the bench with his smooth shoulders leaning against the wardrobe. The golden sunlight shone through the window, highlighting his angular profile and illuminating the confident smile at the corners of his mouth. Mario curled his lips and was about to say something sarcastic But when Link's sharp eyes swept over him, he immediately closed his mouth and punched Reggie's shoulder with his fist. Seeing that West was a little unconvinced, Link laughed and said, "That's true. Tyson once said that today's boxers are just not as good as they were in the past. In addition to their fists not being hard enough, there is another reason, that they are too well behaved. They all envy the good kids who come out of church schools. They follow the rules, don't make trouble, don't hype, and don't know how to use various methods to market themselves. They are too low in the market among the masses, and have too little influence. For example, John Roos, a world boxing champion, can't even compare to a third-rate Hollywood actor. How can a boxer like him expect the audience to spend money to watch their games?" West touched his gray stubble with a thoughtful look on his face. "My purpose in doing this is to continue to create newsworthy topics for the media." Link looked at West and said calmly, "Although this is an amateur competition and there is no prize money, we must also pay attention to ourselves at any time and place and treat ourselves as professional boxers. I just announced in public that I will continue to win the championship by KOing my opponents. From now on, those media will be eager to focus their cameras on me and pay attention to my every move. If I do it, they will continue to praise me and give me a lot of support. If I don't do it, they will also use a lot of news reports to make fun of me and tease me. But so what? I'm still the most popular boxer in this Golden Gloves championship. No one can compare to me." Link clenched his fists. His face was filled with a winner smile, more dazzling than the Miami sunshine outside the window. Golden Reggie opened his mouth and looked at Link with admiration. In the previous Golden Gloves, he stopped in the finals of the state championship. He originally thought that the difference between him and Link was only in strength, but after hearing what Link said, he realized that he was much worse than Link, not only in strength, but also in concepts, consciousness, way of thinking, courage, strategy, etc. When Link was still playing amateur matches, he began to pave the way for his transition to professional boxing and preparing to become a world boxing champion, while he was playing stupidly and had no idea why he was fighting. Just like Link, he should become a world boxing champion. Reggie quickly took out his mobile phone, opened the notepad, and wrote down Link's words. "I have a question." Mario retracted his expression and looked like he deserved a beating in his lower body and said seriously, "Link, you make it sound simple, but what if you don't successfully KO your opponent, or you lose the game? Then the media will laugh at you, calling you a clown and a boaster. Is that what you want to see?" Link smiled indifferently. "If you knew that you had studied history, you should know that all the great figures in history, such as Washington, Lincoln, Franklin, etc., were not praised by all when they were alive, not even after their death. First of all, my goal is to become a great boxer. What's a little insignificant criticism? Will an elephant stop moving forward because it is worried about being bitten on the foot by an ant?" Mario rolled his eyes. This guy opened his mouth and called himself a great historical figure, and closed his mouth and called himself a great boxer. This kind of person should not stay in the boxing world. He should go into politics and use his terrifying threats to confuse the people. Maybe one day he can enter the White House. West didn't quite understand what Link said, but he felt that Link was a smart man and shouldn't joke about his career, so he didn't say much, as long as Link was well prepared, relaxed and ready for the upcoming game. Link went to the training room and warmed up. Mario saw his back disappear at the door. His expression immediately collapsed, and he pouted and said, "Reggie, do you think Link has a mental problem? Since he got the divisional competition first, the whole person is crazy." It's crazy to say it out loud. What made the fist change so dramatically, unify the 5 levels, the 4 major organizations, and become a great boxer? Is this what a normal person can say? Reggie said with a shocked expression. "I don't think so. This year Copernicus went crazy and told the Red Master that the sun is the center of the universe. The people on the island thought he was crazy and burned America to death. Magellan came back from his round the world trip and told the Red Master, 'Everyone, the earth is actually round,' and many people say he is crazy. Now Link says he wants to be a great boxer. You think he is crazy? There is no possibility that he is not crazy, but her knowledge and vision are not enough. Mario opened his mouth and looked at Reggie in shock. Are you crazy too? You actually want to put Link on the same level as Copernicus and Magellan? Why not? Reggie blinked and asked in confusion. Mario looked at him, got up and walked away silently. These guys were all sick, and it was safer to stay away from them. After Link publicly told the media reporters that he would continue to kill the game by KO, the news was quickly posted to the news website by reporters and became a hot news on the sports channels of Yahoo and other websites. The boxers participating in the competition also got the news soon. Since the Golden Gloves Championship was held, boxer Link Baker has become a dark horse in the outdoor world, breaking a lot of news in the media and becoming one of the most popular athletes in the boxing world. I heard that he KOs his opponents in every match. He KO'd his opponents 14 times in 14 amateur matches. Even as an opponent, everyone has to admit that Link Baker is a very powerful guy. Now I heard that he wants to carry forward his previous game style and KO his opponents to the end. Some people suddenly became nervous and began to think about countermeasures, focusing on how to crack Link's killer moves and heavy punches. There are also many people who don't think so, thinking that Link Baker is really too arrogant. In the lounge, a burly black boxer with a head full of dreadlocks laughed. Last time he played against Jones fellas, he almost lost. His strength is not much stronger than Jones. With this, he still dares to say that he will continue to use KO to flatten our ownership? Dream on. That can't be said. Link's fists are still very powerful, KOing opponents 14 times in 14 matches. No one has ever done it in amateur matches before. Link's strength is backward, and he must not be underestimated. Someone refuted. No, he is very strong, but he is not stronger than us. His opponent Jones Foles is ranked 7th in the super middleweight class. I, and Edge Fonfala, and Andre Berto have all defeated him. I don't think Link can beat Andre Berto and Andre Berto, let alone KO them. It's impossible. Everyone heard that. It made sense. Before, Link fought very reluctantly in the divisional arena and almost failed. Now he is the national champion, and the boxers are as strong as Jones, or even stronger. Link defeated Jones Terry with great effort, and it was really arrogant to want to defeat several more. In addition, they also heard that Link was going to change his strategy and give up the way of KOing opponents. It was the media reporters who liked to stir up trouble who set a trap for him. He was forced to change his words and announce that he would continue with his previous style because of his inappropriate response. This shows that he did not have much confidence in the game and made a hasty decision. In this way, although Link was worried, he did not need to worry too much. The match was about to begin, and everyone went back to the lounge to prepare. Link also put on his boxing gloves and strode onto the ring. Chapter 24 Knocked out a strong man. We are the champions, my friends. We will fight till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. There is no time to lose to losers. Before the game started, the organizer invited 5 local bands to perform on the stage to take over the boxing match. More than 10,000 spectators were keen to sing along, and the atmosphere was very warm. After the last band sang We Are the Champions, the game began. There are 2 simple categories of finals. The first category is the qualifying competition. The top 20 boxers in each level are all there. There are more people. See who has the highest ranking. The qualifying competition is arranged in 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The first place in each region vs the second place in other regions. If the first place in each of the 4 regions beats the first place in other regions, the second and fourth first place will fight again. If the first place fails, the ranking of the entire region will drop, and the third, fourth and fifth places will be drawn. Link's opponent in the first round is Mario Morales, a boxer from the Western region and Los Angeles. Although he has the same name as Mario, his appearance, body shape and temperament are different. First of all, Mario is a black man with braids all over his head. He is very strong. His arms are cut into very large pieces and his waist is also very thick. He is the third in the boxing event of the Pan American Games. He is 24 years old this year, weighs 77.8 kilograms, is 180 centimeters tall, and has an amateur record of 27 wins and 8 losses in 35 fights. Mario Morales is a powerful boxer with a strong fist. He is strong and has excellent resistance to blows. Relying on this, he broke through the barriers in boxing and beat Muhammad's strength. His arms are short, his movements are not flexible enough, and his skills are slightly rough. It is not difficult to defeat him, but the gloves are difficult. How to knock out a sturdy man. Hey, Kit, I heard that you want to KO our master? Holy crap, it's ridiculous. I KO him too. Let's see who KOs who first today. Les clenched his fists and pounded his solid chest muscles hard, and his chest thumped. Too strong. Link had a headache, but his scalp had already blown, so now he could only do his best. After the match started, he used his speed far exceeding that of his opponent to hit his opponent's head with jabs in quick succession. In the first round, he threw 75 punches, hitting his opponent's head 11 times, 3 straight punches, 6 jabs, and 2 swing punches. What surprised him was that Mario Morales jumped so many times, and at the end of the first circle, he was still standing firmly on the ring, like an iron tower. In the second circle, he and Morales gave up defense and attacked each other. The fight was very intense, and the cheers and shouts of the audience did not stop. In the third round, he continued to attack Morales' head, punching 45 times from the bottom, hitting 6 times, including 2 heavy punches that hit Morales' forehead in succession. Morales shook a few times and grabbed the ropes without falling down. In the fourth round, Link threw 42 punches in a row, hitting Morales' head 5 times. Finally, in the fifth round, he knocked the opponent to the ground with a straight punch. But Morales soon stood up again, patted his head, and roared at him, and began to fight back fiercely. Link wiped the sweat off his chest with his boxing gloves and sighed. Can this set of boxing gloves really knock out this cut man? He really had a problem. Although he was helpless, the audience was very satisfied to see 2 men on the stage, attacking fiercely, punching each other, and sweating. It was really addictive. When they fought, every time they hit each other, the audience would shout loudly, "Wow! Got!" exclamation mark. The shouts were earth-shaking, even louder than the noise when the Heat were supported by the support. Link is fighting so hard, and there is another game in the afternoon. How can he hold on? West said worriedly. Don't worry, West. Link is a great boxer. How can a great boxer lose? Mario leaned back in his chair, chewing gum in his mouth, watching the game on the stage with a smile. Although he and Link were from the same boxing gym, he really wanted to see Link lose. When Link loses the game, he will have the chance to tell him in person that what he said before was all bragging, and Link will no longer be able to look at him with that hateful look. I don't think Link will do that either. He must have some arrangement if he dares to fight like that. Reggie chased the ring, his eyes full of admiration and excitement. Mario rolled his eyes and muttered a brainless fan. Link. Champion. James and his neighbors shouted in the audience. Link, you must win. Link's boxing fans were also cheering him on. Did he really win the championship trophy by KOing all his opponents? In the audience, promoters such as Franco Duva and Greg Cohen looked at Link, who was attacking hard on the stage, with admiration and doubt in their eyes. If Link can really achieve this goal, it means that with his ability, he can not only win the championship trophy, but also get the trophy in a difficult way, which also means that his strength is far beyond that of other people at the same level. That's it. The evaluation of him within the promotion company will be raised to a higher level if his conditions are also improved. But first he has to complete this challenge that no one has been able to complete yet. Bang. In the boxing ring, in the fifth round, Link once again knocked his opponent Mario Morales to the ground with a right hook. Arsehole, you pissed me off. Mario Morales jumped up, his eyes red, and swung his fists at him hard, like a mad bison. Morales' fists were heavy, heavier than the heavyweight Mario, at least over 900 pounds. Link had received several punches before, and although he was protected by protective gear, it was still very uncomfortable when he was hit. Seeing that Morales had lost his mind, Link didn't want to confront him head on, so he used his super fast reaction ability, crouching, tilting his head, and leaning back, and cleverly and dangerously ignored Morales' attacks many times. Wow, that's awesome. It's incredible, he dodged them all. Is he the Flash? The audience stared with wide eyes, watching him use the flash technique like the Flash, and noticed Morales' fist for a moment, and couldn't help but shouting loudly, cheering for his wonderful performance. Great fight. Link, you are the best boxer. Fuck Roy Jones Jr. I will be Link's diehard fan from now on. Link's fans shouted and jumped excitedly. Some female fans were so excited that they even took off their t-shirts and stood on their seats and waved vigorously. I will kill you, Link. Morales roared, but it was useless. He was a power boxer, not a speed boxer. In Link's eyes, his fist was powerful, but very slow. Compared with the fish on the bottom of the sea, it was far worse, and it was not difficult to hide. Link lowered his head again to avoid Morales' heavy punch, and backhanded a back throw that everyone knew, and hit Morales on the bridge of his nose. Morales screamed in pain, fell on his back on the ground, and a stream of blood spurted out of his nose. Boom. The audience shouted excitedly again. Link, you are the champion. Morales lay on the ground for more than 3 seconds, staggered to his feet, and roared at Link, as if he wanted to kill him. Bang. Link threw another cold punch, hitting Morales' nose hard. Morales was knocked down again, and his nose was bleeding, flowing from his nose to his chest, looking very pale. The referee came forward and asked him not to continue the game. Morales angrily said yes, and his coach threw out a white towel and asked to stop the game. He saw clearly outside the court that Morales was no match for Link at all. Whether it was speed, technology, mentality, or the heavy punches that he was proud of, they were all inferior to Link. Being completely crushed by Link, it was useless to continue fighting. It was better to end the game early and save energy for the qualifying round. The destroyer of this game is Link Baker. Link's fist was raised by the referee again. Link. Link. Champion. Tens of thousands of spectators in the audience shouted loudly, applauded and cheered. 1/10 of Link raised his red gloves and swung them vigorously. Although it was a TKO, technical knockout, it was still a KO. He did it. He did it. Franco Duva looked at Link on the ring and patted the guardrail excitedly. He and Link had a chat on the train 2 days ago. Link said that he wanted to unify the golden monarchs of the 4 major organizations in 5 levels, and said that he wanted to change the current boxing world and bring about a huge change in the North American boxing world. Ordinary people would definitely become crazy if they heard this kind of words. But if this person is extremely strong, then you have to be cautious. Today Link said that he would win the game by KOing his opponent, and now he has done it. He is not only a very ambitious person, but also a person who has the ability to realize his ambitions. Such people are very rare. Franco Duva glanced at the neighbors not far away, took out his mobile phone, and called the person he didn't want to disturb, his father, Mr. Lau Duva. Old Duva is the founder of the main event company and the actual controller of the company's relations. In order to get the $100 million deal and the company's future development, he had to disturb old Duva and seek his consent. Chapter 25 Top Promotion Companies. Hey, Link, how about we talk more? After the game, Link met Greg Cohen in the corridor of the lounge. Greg Cohen is a famous promoter launched by Top Promotions. He has participated in the promotion of boxing champions such as De La Hoya and Mayweather. He was very famous at the opening and was known as a gold medal promoter. Link had met him once in Charleston, and he offered a big contract worth $10 million to sign him, including $2 million in cash donations. The remaining $8 million will be completed through various achievements. For example, the Golden Gloves champion will be rewarded with $2 million. The Amateur Championship champion will be $1 million. The Olympic champion will be $2 million. The Pan American Games champion will be $500,000. And after changing jobs, he will be rewarded with $500,000 for defeating an opponent, and $2 million for a gold belt, etc. For a newcomer, the treatment is very successful. But Link does not want to cooperate with Top Promotions. Mr. Cohen, please wait a moment. Link wiped the sweat off his body with a towel, drank a bottle of water, and then did a set of stretching exercises on the mat to prevent the support from being affected by the afternoon game after the action. While he was packing up, Greg Cohen leaned on the chair, crossed his legs, and waited with a smile, tapping the ground with his feet from time to time, relaxed and casual. About 10 minutes later, Link sat down on the bench opposite Cohen with ease. "Sorry for the long wait. Haha, it doesn't matter. I used to be the on-site agent for De La Hoya and Mayweather, and I know the locker room very well, but they are not as diligent and self-disciplined as you." After each game, they would lie directly on the ground. Greg Cohen grabbed the air with his two delicate little hands, peeking at the corner of his mouth with a hint of ambiguous massage, and at the same time, gave him something that all men understand. Expression. Link understood and smiled with envy. "Who wants it? If I have money, I will find 3. Greg Cohen laughed and patted his back and said, "Link, I like you. Your temperament is very compatible, so let's work together. Join the top promotion company, we will make a fortune together, and you will become a boxing champion in a foreign country in the future. Money, beautiful women, top luxury cars, private jets, luxury buildings, you have what they have." Link looked yearning. "It sounds great, but..." Before he finished speaking, Greg Cohen raised his palm and continued, "In view of your wonderful performance, I have specially found President Aram to discuss, and we have decided to upgrade your contract to Class A, the treatment of the World Boxing Champion 5 million signing bonus, plus other awards, a total of 20 million, as long as you agree to join the top promotion company. You will become a multi-millionaire in a very short period of time, and have everything you have." Greg Cohen waved his arms while speaking. His voice was loud and powerful. Link smiled, but his heart was calm. Although the conditions offered by Greg Cohen were very generous, and the 20 million bonus clause was the highest offer among all the promotion companies he had contacted, Link was not influenced by the other party, because he never attached importance to following the cooperation of classic promotion companies. It was not that Top Promotions was bad, but that the concepts were not in line. Top Promotions was formerly the boxing clothing company of Muhammad Ali, and was later taken over by the legendary promoter Bob Arum and renamed Top Promotions. Bob Arum is a 75-year-old man, a Jew, who looks similar to Churchill. In the 1960s and 1970s, he was the promoter of boxing championships such as Muhammad Ali and George Foreman. In the 1980s, he promoted the 4 middleweight kings Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Robert Duran, and Thomas Hearns, and organized round-robin matches for the 4. In the past decade, Top Promotions has successfully launched super popular boxing champions such as Golden Boy De La Hoya, Mayweather, and Pacquiao. In 2015, Mayweather and Pacquiao will have a war of the century, and the boxing and peripheral profits will exceed $1 billion. In 2017, Mayweather and Conor McGregor made more than $500 million in profits, all of which were earned by him and Strict Promotions. It can be said that Strict Promotions has been very successful in promoting boxing. This year, Top Promotions has surpassed Major Events Promotions, Don King Promotions, and Arena Promotions in terms of annual profits and influence, becoming the world's largest boxing promotion company, and will continue to lead other promotion companies in the future. For boxers, being signed by Strict Promotions is definitely a good opportunity not to be missed. But one problem with Strict Promotions is that it is too commercialized, exploited by all capital, controlled by capital competitions, and boxing controls, treating boxing competitions as a tool to make money, rather than a professional sport. In this kind of amateur competition, potential newcomers are selected, and they are trained after signing. The media is used to build momentum for the boxers, package the boxers, and then produce competitions to sell money. After that, they are squeezed dry and replaced by another person, until the sport of boxing is ruined. Under the influence of the Top Promotion company, the commercialization of American boxing has become more and more intense, and boxers pay more attention to the income from the game, rather than boxing itself. It is also because of this reason that good boxers cannot survive, and the boxers who are promoted are generally not strong, and the inferior currency is good currency, which makes the viewing of boxing matches worse and worse. This is also one of the reasons why he is unwilling to join the Strict Promotion company. Link looked at Greg Cohen and said, "Mr. Cohen, the conditions given by the Top Promotion company are very tempting, but Link's cash reward, I'm more concerned about saving money. If I join the Top Promotion company, how much vacation can I get for each game?" 20%. Greg Cohen raised 2 fingers and smiled. "Link, You are ahead in strength, and with our help, it is not difficult for you to become the world boxing champion. After you become the world boxing champion, you will get 20% of the bonus for each game. You know, this is the treatment given to famous boxing champions by the top promotion company. Mayweather and Pacquiao only got 20%? Link asked thoughtfully. No, they are not famous boxing champions, but strict boxing champions, sports superstars, and their rest time is higher. If your fame reaches Mayweather's level in the future, the company will take the initiative to increase your breathing ratio. For real talents, our top promotion company will never treat them unfairly, Greg Cohen said in a loud voice. Link couldn't help but sigh. In the 1960s and 1970s, boxers were the key to how much profit a game made. The more famous the boxers became, the more profitable the game was. So many famous boxers often received more than 70% of the income. In the 1990s, boxing matches were controlled by boxing companies. Propaganda, broadcasting, advertising, etc. were all exchanged for capital cooperation. The role of boxers in the event became smaller and the money they received became less and less. Top boxing champions such as Mayweather and Pacquiao first made a name for themselves and then cooperated with strict promotion companies. They could get about 60%. The average boxing champions were around 30%, which was relevant. For example, the former heavyweight champion John Roos, who was defeated by the lightweight champion Roy Jones Jr. in 2003, has only reached 15% of his popularity. He is known as a blue-collar boxing champion. Greg Cohen said that he would give him 20% and give him more time to rest in the future, but it sounds like it can't satisfy his appetite. Link smiled lightly and said, Mr. Cohen, do you think my future TV station can reach the level of Mayweather? Of course, with your strength, plus the help of our company, you will definitely have a chance to catch up with Mayweather in the future. Hearing him ask this question, Greg Cohen's face suddenly showed a relaxed expression. Link was moved. The next negotiation should be stable. He secretly laughed in his heart. The last time he contacted, Link's tone was very stiff and said that he would wait until the end of the game to discuss the contract. He thought he was a very difficult person. Now he is offered a $20 million contract, 20% of the skipping class, and said that if he can be made into the second Mayweather, he will immediately let go, which shows that his inner expectations are not high. He is a young man who is a good adult. Just when Greg Cohen thought that the contract could be discussed next, Link suddenly said, Mr. Cohen, you are right. I also think that I will be more outstanding than Mayweather in the future, so I want 70% of the transaction income. Can strict promotion accept my proposal? How much? Greg Cohen was stunned, and a flash of astonishment flashed in his gray-green eyes, as if he was looking at a madman. You want 70%? Yes, I have the ability and fame. I'm only one world champion away from becoming a world champion, so I want 70%. When Link said this, his expression was very calm, and his voice was also very calm, without a trace of trembling, as if he was stating a monitoring, not a hypothetical. Greg Cohen's throat slid up and down twice, and a cruel laugh appeared. Haha, you want 70% of your summer vacation? Ha, you are a boxer who has only fought a few games, and you dare to ask for 70% of your game income for your summer vacation? Are you sure you are not kidding? His voice turned into no. In the second half of the sentence. Can't change? Greg Cohen frowned, and his eyes twitched. Link shook his head, his eyes bright and firm. Greg Cohen sneered, patted the one on the top of his blue trousers, walked out the door, stopped after 2 steps, turned his head and said, I heard that the young dover of the main event company has also contacted you. Are you waiting for his news? Haha, no need to wait. Although he is the president of the main event promotion company, the power of the company is still in the hands of the old dover. The old dover is a young man who is nostalgic and prefers old people like Holyfield. He is Afghanistan's newcomer to you, and he is treated more generously than others. Link listened without saying a word. Link, you have good strength, but in the boxing circle, there is a minimum requirement to enter the professional boxing world with strong resistance. There are many powerful boxers, but only those with brains can make big money. You are still young and may not understand the meaning of this sentence. If one day you understand this truth, call me and I don't mind signing you with a 10% contract. Greg Cohen put down a name card and took a last look at him. The corner of his mouth on his shoulder raised a smile that meant a long smile. He turned and stepped hard on the floor and left the lounge. Link glanced at the business card and threw it into the trash can. Even if Franco Duva gave a reasonable offer, he was not in a hurry to sign. In the boxing world, although capital plays an increasingly important role, a person with strength and fame will never be buried. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.